And here it is. Here it is. This is it. Here I am. Where are you? One man went to mow. I am situated. The session has started, and your company as ever required. So gather, come and join. Roll up, everybody. So the session starts at the usual time that it starts. So you, as usual, should be here to participate. I am situated. I need your company. One man went to mow that thing that we do round about this time. It's been done just about now. So your presence now urgently required. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Only water. Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Latif kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is, Adura Nla, powerful prayers. Iku Kodiriwa Gbeshe, and so say all of us. So, Iku Kodiriwa Gbeshe, the potent prayers by the Kegites. So, Iku Kodiriwa Gbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. Barely 3 weeks after declaring interest in 2023 presidency, Tinubu travels out for medicals. So there it is right there. I think we've been here once before under a different name, but the same process. The Aboki called Buhari. So this is rinse and repeat. They are querying this guy's age. They are querying his health. They are querying his medical record. And as if to add fuel to that fire, barely 3 weeks after declaring interest in presidency, Tinubu travels out for medicals. So there it is. It's just but really they are still going to force him on us as we queried Buhari's just competence and overall well-being in 2014, and they forced him on us as well. And you know what Buhari has been, and if you don't know, then this silly, idiotic, imbecilic. Femi Adesina slams Nigerians for linking Super Eagles AFCON loss to Buhari's video call. So a lot of you that follow football would be aware that just as soon as Buhari phoned these guys, those guys that had like 100% record in the tournament and were favorites to bring home the cup, haven't won every single match that they had participated in. Immediately, Buhari telephoned them. They capitulated to Tunisia. So a lot of people are pointing out that as soon as this guy makes that phone call, because there's antecedent to this, so they're now just saying essentially that this guy is bad luck, not just for the Super Eagles, but Nigeria. His lapdog, he retorts, silly, idiotic, imbecilic. Femi Adesina slams Nigerians. linking Super Eagles AFCON loss to President Buhari's video call. So quite what is in play there, we find out just shortly. We'll find this out shortly as well. This is a never ending story anyway, so this is just the latest installment in a saga that would never end. Biafra, why NNAMDI KANU should not be released. No surprises for who is saying this, ASARI DOKUBO to the Buhari government. So there it is. He invites that fight again. This is one fight that would never end. But quite what reason he has for making this assertion, we'll find out just shortly. But before then, the headline, Biafra, why NNAMDI KANU should not be released as Asari Dokubo to Buhari government. So quite what is in play, we find out shortly as well. So I'm bringing you this story now is just to sample your opinions on the morality of it. Pastors should not curse. Ibiyomi under attack over Yahoo boys. So this is a pastor called Ibiyomi. He's one of the big name pastors within the Nigerian space who in the course of the last couple of days has laid a course on the Yahoo boys. So there's a lot of controversy that is coming as a backlash to that statement. But it now comes now to the fore that should a supposed self-proclaimed man of God be laying curses upon people. But to the headline first to maintain the intrigue, pastors should not curse. Ibi Yomi under attack over Yahoo boys. So quite what is in play there, we'll find out just shortly. Um, and this now just a satellite little story, nothing to do with heavyweight politics. And by the way, Nnamdi Kanu still, I will emerge victorious. Nnamdi Kanu wants Buhari, wants Nnamdi Kanu vows to defeat Buhari government. So we may or may not go to that, but I'm quite keen to go to this last one. Fourth mainland bridge. Lagos selects 3 companies in final stage, contract to be awarded in March 2022. So that's in a couple of months from now. So this is quite intriguing because all the heavyweight infrastructures that needs to go into Lagos State to evolve into that global city that a lot of people anticipate and yearn for it to turn into. Those infrastructures are now being put in place because if they build the fourth Niger bridge, that will just open up the city entirely. And of course, already the third mainland bridge, and then this intrastate city light rail system. Suddenly, now you're seeing the reshaping of that state. Fourth mainland bridge, Lagos selects 3 companies in final stage, contract to be awarded in March 2022. So there it is right there. So a mixed bag to go through. So, but before we go through the mixed bag, we come in now via what is tradition, the Eastern Quarters, and of course, another Python dance.
Do I pop? O Mary, o Nindizu, o Niloya, Abakare, Mama Daora, Ola Bori Mary Nandi, Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Ola Bori Mary Nandi, Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2. Na Python dance 3, una bori meri nande, nande bu onye du aimo, o meri wone nizu ngiro ya, abakare, mamanda ora, una bori meri nande, nande win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, na Python dance 3. Una boli meri Nandi, Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, na Python dance 3. Una boli meri Nandi, Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, na Python dance 3. Una boli meri Nandi, Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, na Python dance 3. Una boli meri Nandi, Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, and Python dance 3. Una boli meri Nandi.
And there you are, the sons of the rising sun. the Sons of the East. Nnamdi Kanu wins the war. That is the narrative that they present. So Nnamdi, sorry, pardon me. So Nnamdi wins the, pardon me, let me just make sure I'm properly set up. So Nandi wins the war, as guys I bring you this. Barely 3 weeks after declaring interest in 2023 presidency, Tinubu travels out for medicals. National leader of the All Progressive Congress, Bola Tinubu, has again jetted out of Nigeria to seek medical attention, correspondents have learned. This comes barely 3 weeks after he informed President Muhammad Buhari of his ambition to contest the position of president in 2023. Tinubu also paid visits to some northern states, including Niger and Katsina, to sell his ambition. He also recently met with former head of state and annuller of the June 12, 1993 presidential election, General Ibrahim Babangida, over his plans to be president of Nigeria. According to sources, Tinubu left the country after admitting to having a stressful time touring states for his lifelong presidential ambition. His destination was, however, not disclosed. He had recently returned from the United Kingdom after a 3-month medical trip where he claimed he went to meet his physicians for physiotherapy. On Thursday, Tinubu was absent at the inauguration of the working committees of a new movement in support of his ambition, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu in GRA Ikeja, Lagos. His absence had raised concerns about his whereabouts. So there you have it. This is where we are headed again. It's just rinse and repeat, isn't it? So it'd be a real travesty. It will be almost as though God is against that country if we end up with Tinubu again. Seeing all the writings that we do see on the wall, I say Tinubu again because Tinubu, of course, no different from Malam Buhari. So having a Tinubu presidency is essentially just carrying on as we were. Just some sluggish, elderly, frail of health individual trying to hold on desperately to a relevance that was long past him several decades ago. So we are going to go back to that spot almost with certainty with Tinubu. But what can stop him, though, is the question. So what can stop Tinubu? Because at the moment he sits as an unstoppable force in that thrust towards the presidency. So the thrust towards the presidency, but the person in situation at the moment. Silly, idiotic, and imbecilic. Femi Adesina slams Nigerians, linking Super Eagles AFCON loss to President Buhari's video call. Special advisor to the president on media and publicity, Femi Adesina, has described as idiotic comments made by some Nigerians that President Buhari's call to the Super Eagles made them lose their match against Tunisia, which saw them crash out of the 2021 African Cup of Nations tournament. Before the match, which was held on Sunday, January the 23rd, President Buhari held a video conference with the Super Eagles to wish them well. You have been doing Nigeria proud. You have been winning. Please keep on winning. The federal government is supporting you. And I say thank you to all the technical crew and the players. Please keep doing the country proud, he told the team. However, as soon as the match ended in a loss for the Super Eagles, many Nigerians took to social media to blame the president for the defeat. In a post titled Losing is Part of the Game, Adesina berated those behind the social media post. According to him, the same people would have come out to condemn Buhari if the Super Eagles had gone into the game without encouragement from him. His post reads in part, I have read many silly, idiotic, and imbecilic comments trying to link the loss to the video conference the president had with the players on Sunday morning. Witless, thoughtless, and incidentally, if the Super Eagles had gone into the match without encouragement from their president, the same people would have come out to condemn the leader of the country for being taciturn and insensitive. Heads or tail, you never win with some Nigerians. There are countries and football teams who have established a tradition for being outstanding in soccer, but such teams and country have lost scandalously before, underscoring the truth that losing is part of the game. So there you have it. Femi Adesina talking the usual gibberish that Buhari is bad luck for Nigeria. I think we all know that. And that is exemplified by that video call that he made to the Super Eagles. 100% record they had up till he made that point or up till he made that call. And as soon as he made that call, everything collapsed. So that is the Buhari. As soon as Buhari enters any situation, everything collapsed. Again, exemplified. That cop should be on his way to Lagos by now. Biafra, why NNAMDI KANU should not be released as ASARI DOKUBO to Buhari government. Former Niger Delta militant ASARI DOKUBO has given reasons why the federal government should not release NNAMDI KANU, the pro-Biafra agitator. DOKUBO said KANU should not be released because he instigated violence and his influence propelled his followers to wreak havoc in the southeast. The leader of the defunct Niger Delta People's Salvation Force disclosed this in a Facebook Live program yesterday. According to DOKUBO, they will come and be begging the federal government to bring KANU out. For what? For the people that he is killing. You take Mperu Mmiri. Oh, so that's crystal methamphetamine. So I think that's a localized. You take Nkwiru Mmiri. So that's some Igbo language, I imagine. So you take Nkwiru Imiri, which is crystal methamphetamine, then eat the flesh of our people. What these evil men are doing to our people? Do they have heart? You take traditional rulers, chain them, you put gun inside their mouth because they are the people who are not allowing Biafra to come. So this is just a space that would never give because, of course, this is a never. We could do this story almost every day because this guy he hates Nnamdi Kanu to every core of his being, but he elucidates the reasons why he hates Nnamdi Kanu. He is saying that Nnamdi Kanu, rather than being a champion of the people, is actually anti-people. This guy has facilitated for so many deaths that that is ASARI DOKUBO, he is befuddled by the clamorings now to rebrand this guy as a hero of the people. So that is ASARI DOKUBO carrying on that fight. But this is this is a new fight now being initiated. Pastors should not curse. Ibiyomi under attack over Yahoo boys. The founder of Salvation Ministry, Pastor David Ibiyomi, has come under attack for cursing internet fraudsters, popularly known as Yahoo Boys. Ibiyomi, whilst preaching in his church recently, said Yahoo Boys would get into car accidents because their activities have led to the death of some people who they have scammed of their retirement benefits. He also laid curses on police officers who released arrested Yahoo boys after collecting bribes from them. His comments have since stirred reactions on social media as some Nigerians opined that a man of God should not lay curses on anyone. Some berated him for focusing on Yahoo boys, whilst Nigerian politicians steal funds meant for the masses. So some berated him for focusing on Yahoo boys, whilst Nigerian politicians still fund meant for the masses. Here are some comments gathered by correspondents. So here are some of the things being said. This is Winston. Pastor Ibiyomi condemning Yahoo boys will make more sense if he can use the same energy to attack Nigerian politicians. If Buhari decides to visit his church today, he would prepare for him, but Buhari is the greatest Yahoo boy ever. Here's another commentator. Pastor Ibiyomi should also remember that Yahoo boys are in the Nigerian police force, governor, governors of state, and in the National Assembly as senators. Despite being indicted by foreign governments like the United States of America, they are still untouchable. I am yet to hear any pastor call them out. The leader of the House of Representatives being a prime example. I think we've covered that story here before. Here is another comment. Pastor Ibiami's comment on Yahoo Boys is spot on. Yahoo Boys should be regarded, treated, and dealt with as common thieves. They fraudulently take people's money and claim it belongs to their ancestors who were taken as slaves. What useless ancestors? Here's another commentator. If the politicians are doing the right things and the pastors are preaching the right things, I don't think we will have Yahoo Boys. We have three types of 419: those with laptop, those with mic, and those with pen. So that is quite pointed but ambiguous but pointed. But you can then fill in the gaps. So the ones with the laptop, we already know the traditional Yahoo boy sending scam romance letters to retirees in the Western world. So that is one. Those with the mic, we all know who those are, and those with a pen. But who are those? So fill in the gaps. Here's another comment. What's the difference between Yahoo boys and pastors? One is legal and the other one is not. Is it the same? What's the difference between Yahoo boys and pastors? One is legal and the other one is not. It's the same objective. False pretense to collect money from people, all acting and duping people. So that just as a standalone comment, there's absolute, almost irrefutable, in fact, not almost, there's categorical gold standard truth in what this comment, Mario is the name of the person saying this. So there's categorical truth in what Mario is saying. He's saying, what is the difference between a Yahoo boy and a pastor? So he posits that question and then goes on to address this. He says one is legal because the pastors are registered and the other one is not because the Yahoo boys are essentially criminals. But he went on to add it is the same objective. And then he expands on that on that space. False pretense to collect money from people, all acting and duping people. So what does a Yahoo boy do? He sends out all these mass email promises to the gullible, and if you are gullible enough or greedy enough to fall for it, then of course he will relieve you of your money. So what does the pastor do? They send out all this mass sermonizing to the gullibles, to the sheeples, and if you are gullible enough to fall victim of it, they relieve you of the money. It's the same scam, but it continues. So here's another commentator. Now let me condemn the action of this man too. If you are a pastor, a man of God to be precise, you believe you are a Christian, as in Christ-like. You don't curse someone you wish to gain his or her soul. Even Christ did not curse the sinners during his time. Another commentator, let me see. Okay, just it's not that much more, so let me just run it through. Let me just run it through. So another commentator, I am always surprised and still asking myself, who is the thief between the pastor and the Yahoo boy? So the same question Mario posited. You are using offering money to buy cars, laugh out loud. The money that is supposed to be used to repair something in church or feed the orphans, you are also using it to feed your family. So that is it right there. Another commentator, no matter how you intend to place it, Yahoo isn't good, but placing a curse is totally unnecessary. They never cause politicians finish. Upon all the people where Buhari and his cows kill, I have never seen any so-called man of God publicly place a curse on him. Here is another, and that of course holds true. So here is another commentator, second to the last one. It says, why hasn't this man called out the government that loots and embezzles money? I don't want to say much, but there is definitely not much difference between him, the government, and the so-called Yahoo boys. The last commentator, I am not saying what the Yahoo boys are doing is good, but come to think of it, Flashback to year 2010, where the situation of this country has not gotten to this stage. Was the rate of Yahoo boys this much? So essentially, a reflection of the state of the country and the state of the economy is essentially what that person, the final commentator, lands on. Uh, okay, so let's leave that there. Okay, let me just give you the Nandi Kanu one and the last one, and then I'll come in to see if there's anybody there to take it on because they're not heavy reads. So let me just bring them to you. So here is Kano, just another random Kano ranting. I will emerge victorious. Nnamdi Kanu vows to defeat Buhari government. Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB on Friday, expressed optimism that he will emerge victorious over the terrorism charges leveled against him by the Nigerian government. Kanu expressed hope that his current trial at the Abuja Federal High Court would end soon. The pro-Biafra agitator is facing terrorism charges before Justice Binta Nyako led Federal High Court in Abuja. The Nigerian government leveled the charges against Kanu following his rearrest and repatriation from Kenya. He was nabbed in Kenya over his agitation for the actualization of Biafra and Nigeria's breakup by extension. However, the IPOB leader stated that his current travails would only last for a while. Kanu spoke during his routine meeting with his counsel, Ifeanyi Ejiofor, at the Department of State Services DSS headquarters in Abuja. In a statement made public by Ejiofor, by the way, uh, is it really right for Ejiofor to be taking still these rallying messages from the DSS cells where Nnamdi Kanu is held to his masses? Because he's continuing the Biafra agitation via his lawyer still through these public utterances that is making via that lawyer. So should that be allowed as a loophole? Because his lawyer is there to discuss, is not his political agent, is not his political spokesperson, is there as a private lawyer, as his personal private lawyer to address matters pertaining to his contention with the legal system, not as a voice through. Is Ifeanyi Ejiofor essentially Radio Biafra now? Because he now seems to be the portal through which Nnamdi Kanu is continuing to ginger up and rally up and rile up his people. So Kanu spoke during his routine meeting with his counsel, Ifeanyi Ejiofor, at the Department of State Services DSS headquarters in Abuja. In a statement made public by Ejiofor, the pro-Biafra agitator urged his followers to be peaceful and avoid destruction. So is it Nnamdi Kanu that is talking is the thing? Because his usual language is kill, burn, and destroy. But now, of course, now that is this is it now. The statement reads partly, Kanu deeply appeals to Umu Chineke to avail themselves of the peace initiative presently ongoing and not be distracted anymore. He further implored all Umu Chineke to keep their eyes on the ball because enemies are struggling in vain to entrench this harmony. So I wonder that if that is a coded retort to the ASARI DOKUBO space. Onyendu reiterates that the ongoing interventions towards peaceful coexistence must be respected. So that is somewhat of a pivot in position. That is somewhat of a pivot in position because for years and years it's Biafra or nothing, Biafra till death, and I will die fighting for it. But now we are talking the language now of conciliation, reconciliation, and coexistence. So it was never coexistence before. So now we're back to where we started all this while ago. So it was always peaceful coexistence that was the Nigerian objective. So he's gone now on this journey to now land exactly where he started from. Onyedo reiterates that the ongoing interventions towards peaceful coexistence must be respected, encouraged, and abided by. So this is it. That is just the jettisoning right there of the Biafra narrative. That is him abandoning it. So it's not Biafra or nothing anymore. Onyendu, which is what they call him, I think that's a term of endearment within that space, reiterates that the ongoing interventions towards peaceful coexistence must be respected, encouraged. Look at those wordings. So and this is not added to or removed from. So it's the lawyer quoting verbatim. Must be respected, encouraged, and abided by. His call for unity amongst the entire Umuchineke at all level. His call for unity amongst the entire Umunochineke at all levels. Pardon me, just bear with me one moment. Let me just come off the screen for a moment. Just bear with me.
Only water. Water. Only water. Where they see ma. Water. Water.
Oh, all right. Sorry about that. Where were we? Okay, so let's get back to it. Yes, so just to make note of that, yes, let me just pick it up from that spot again. Oyedu reiterates that the ongoing interventions towards peaceful coexistence must be respected, encouraged, and abided by. His call. I do beg your pardons. Just give me 1 second. I need to switch off a telly that's just come to live just behind me right here. Just bear with me 1 second.
Water, 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 water. Water, only water, where is he ma? Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido.
So you can tell that it's just a woman and his dog set up. It's certainly not Channels Television. You don't get this from you don't get this from Mark Ogun or what is that one? That short little one. Sheung. Okay, well you don't hear Sheung or Kimba stopping transmission to go and switch something off. So there it is. But back to it. Oyendu reiterates that the ongoing intervention towards peaceful coexistence must be respected, encouraged, and abided by. His call for unity amongst the entire Umu Chineke at all levels, who believe in his peaceful message, cannot be overemphasized. Further, Onyedu extends his warm regards to millions of his fans and followers who have equally remained who have equally remained consistently resolute and focused. He is convinced that the present situation will only last a while and he will emerge victorious. So there it is right there. But I'm glad I read that because we now notice now just a pointed shift of position now from the KANU narrative. So he reverses completely back to where he started from. Fourth, so this is now the last narrative. Fourth Mainland Bridge. Lagos selects 3 companies in final stage, contract to be awarded in March 2022. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu says the state government has selected 3 companies for the final stage in the contract award towards in the final stage of the contract award process for the fourth mainland bridge. So let me just pause there for a moment because I thought the fourth mainland bridge was a federal project, but it looks as though it's a Lagos State project. He also said that the selection process for the project, which will be executed under a public-private partnership PPP, will be completed by March this year. The project is running behind schedule as the governor had earlier said that the project will take off by the end of 2022. So that much needed fourth mainland bridge now, at least they'll start the construction and then it will take them however long to bring it to fruition. So there it is. Adale Koko, we see you. Solly, we see you. Tony, we see you. And the mighty chief, Akwelua of Akwelua of Akure land. Let me just call it that way because I can't make out the rest of it. We see you. So good to see you all, gentlemen. Happy to have you here. So let me go to Solly first. Let me go to Solly first and sample him. Solly, are you ready, or do you want me to? Uh,
I'm here. I'm here.
all right, brilliant. So let me go to you. And what are you making then of this fourth mainland bridge being built by? Because the infrastructures are coming together slowly in Lagos. I mean, what are you making of
Yes.
that?
Well, I don't know much about Fort Mainland Bridge. I didn't even know about all the other bridges before I left Nigeria, so I don't really have much to say about that.
Have you ever lived in Lagos? Are you from Lagos?
Yes, I lived in Lagos all my life.
Whereabouts in Lagos? Do you
Around
know
that.
Kata? Do you know Kata Bridge?
No,
Look at this guy. Eh?
I know
Do you know
Third
there? Do
Mainland.
you know there's a lagoon in Lagos? Do you know there's a lagoon in Lagos?
Yes, I think close to
You know.
Unilag.
Okay. Thank God. All right. eh? Look at this Ajabota people. It's from school to home and from home to school, isn't it? Eh?
Yes,
Was that
so
was that the life? Look at that. Eh?
yes,
You see, you should have learned some street. Oh, okay. But let me then abandon that space and move you to then this. Nnamdi Kanu will emerge victorious. I was just even going to read it out just to pad out the space until I landed in that penultimate paragraph, which says then he now promoting peaceful coexistence. It must be respected, encouraged, and abided by. So this a total reversal of language, would you say, from the
yes.
Alpha One of the East?
Yes, in a very smart way, so it's not be too obvious. I
Mm,
feel probably they've shown them some files or some things that they can use against them in the courts, and Nnamdi Kanu might actually lose. So they are softening their tone because they're actually seeing reality, come forward towards them, and they've seen that everything cannot be gra gra. You cannot gra gra your way out of this. You have to follow the rules. You have to play the game basically. And
mm,
I don't think they've seen anything good
mm.
favorable on their side. So they have to just lower their tone,
If
calm
if
down.
it okay, so if it's soft pedaling now to reverse back, what then the
Mhm.
faith of all of those people that have listened at his words and they have charged at bullets and lost their lives? So what happened in the space between him starting all these things off, rallying all these people and charging them up, them launching themselves against a lethal force and losing their lives, hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of people, all at the command of this guy, and now suddenly he's talking about coexistence. What are you making? Is that forgivable?
Well, I feel like it's not a full surrender, because if it's a full surrender, you will tell them to back down. But he's still keeping his dogs alive. He's still keeping them roaming around. So at this point, it's all at the mercy of the government if they are going to release him or not. But he's still acting staunch because that is his behavior. I feel like if he really wants to get out,
Hmm,
little by little they will start lowering their temperature, start lowering their tone. All these things that they've set up before will start disappearing little by little. That's when I know that okay, he's begging and pleading at their mercy now. But any other thing, then he probably wants to stay in jail. But
hmm.
I don't know if he wants to stay in jail. He always says,
Prison is not a good. Even if they lock him up in Burj Khalifa, which I think they say is a seven-star hotel, prison is not something, you know.
no, Nigerian prison will be more harsh.
Hmm.
It will be more harsh. They will really know how to deal with you
All
in
right.
Nigerian prison.
So to this space then, Ibiyomi, his name is one of these mega preacher men, and he now lays a curse on Yahoo boys and police officers, and the curse is that Yahoo boys will get into their cars, will get into car accidents because their activities have led to the death of some people. So this is what this guy said on a pulpit that's now charged people up somewhat. So they are saying, why is he pointing the curse at why is the pastor cursing at all? Why is he pointing the curse in the direction of the Yahoo boys? And what then the Yahoo men that are in the state houses? So what are you then making of this then are cursing preacher man.
You know, my uncle was a pastor, so I've read the Bible like 3 times, front to back. There's a part in the Bible where Moses, it was Moses that took the people of Israel out of Egypt, and he couldn't enter the promised land. Do you know why? Because he got angry and he cursed. That's why. So if these pastors really knew the book, knew what they were talking about, they wouldn't, go to. So this shows, lack of understanding of what he's doing. So basically, he's just peddling knowledge. He's peddling what he thinks he knows and constructing it in his way. This is a sign of, you know, someone who is not authentic. Now, the reason why he's doing it, probably someone close to him, had an event,
As
you
falling
know,
victim, Abi.
yeah, so he hits close to home. So he came to the
Want to
church.
gba,
He
want to
came to
gba.
the church to lament, and probably did not
And the
think he
thing
could say
is,
this.
let's go with your suggestion because that's a good idea. So imagine then if the Yahoo boys had entered this guy, this Ibiyomi guy, and they've taken what, like 100, 200 million from him.
Mhm.
He cannot come into space to say they've taken 200 million from me.
Yes,
Because the
because
next
where was
question
he
was where did
doing?
you where did you get it from? So they
Yeah,
want to ban it, Abi.
yes,
Uh,
but it's this same kind of pastor that politicians will bribe, and he will still speak towards them. So that's why I feel like it's something that probably came close to home, either him or someone close to him. And that's how pastors preach. They usually check what is going on around, either with the people in the church or what is going on in their own life, and they go to the Bible, look for scriptures connecting it, and they preach towards that. Even when you send your prayers towards them, majority of people have the same prayers, so it's very easy to look for the majority of the prayer points and give it, and start. It's I can go long
are
on
you are
it.
you are you are you saying the whole industry is a scam? You know it from the
Oh,
inside. Is it a scam?
I, well, it was an industry that if somebody wanted to start scamming in, it was very easy to do, because this is not, when you deal with religion, people tend to remove logic out of it. I've seen people see things that your eyes and your brain, but religion will make you think something else, because that's what you have been since you were born. You grew up with the same thing over and over and over till you grew old. Some people don't question anything, so they just accept it like that. You can see something happen with your eyes, but religion will make it a lie. It happens with human beings. So it was something that is very, very easy to
You said
enter.
you've read
And
you said you've read the Bible cover to cover.
yes, 3 times.
Yes. Did you identify this tithing thing there? And is it as they describe it? Is it? Did you identify it in there? Because I've not read as much of the Bible as I should have.
Yes,
But have
identify
you
what.
found tithing? This tithing.
Oh, tithing. Oh, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Tithing is not like, okay, you must bring
Is it in the
10% and give
Bible
it.
and is it as they describe it
Yes,
to us?
yes, but pastors turned it into, you must bring your money, 10% of it, and bring it to church. It's not like that. The reason why they give the money to the pastors is so that the pastors can use it to spread the gospel that's why they needed money, spread the gospel and take care of the poor. So if you can do that to yourself, you can take the money, give it to charity. If you can do it yourself, then you can do it. You don't need to take it to church to do it. Church was just supposed to organize it well, and let's say it's small amounts, and they will do it in a big way. That's what they were supposed to do. But these ones have turned it to personal money. That's why I said things like this, little things like this, that they could have easily entered and started, changing.
It's it's quite a thing. Let me take you back to politics then. Barely 3 weeks after declaring interest in 2023 presidency, Tinubu jets out for a medical treatment. So what are you making of that? Just
And
all
so
that question.
it begins.
Yes.
Eh? Even before election, even before he has become president, he will two things. He might die in presidency if he becomes president, or He's going to go through medical trip to. I don't believe he's that stable. I believe he takes a lot of drugs before he goes publicly to do any public event or any media event. You know, I believe so. He's going to be a president that will be drugged all the way, just like Michael Jackson. He was taking drugs all the way. He looked very okay on the outside, but he was surviving on drugs. So it's just a telling sign. And Nigerians will see this and still continue. But this is the problem. He's the best one, maybe not the best candidate, but he's doing the best job of being a candidate.
Do you think, just what you just said, do you think that the heavy medication is what we're seeing, where he's slurring his words? And it's because I think not I don't think there's many people that will find it controversial to say that it's almost a certainty that that guy is on, just, you know how people, they put all these medications, they need medications to get out of bed, to stand upright. So it's
Yeah.
clear that it's on medication, but do you think
Yes,
it is
but
those medications that are just making him sluggish and
no, no,
incoherent? Yeah.
no. The sluggishness and the slurring his words is probably, during his youthful days, he must have engaged in a lot of,
Yeah, Gbana.
maybe, yes, drinking, smoking, all of the above. And with due age, it will show. At the moment, it may not show, but as you are aging, it will show. So all those things like sluggishness, all those things like slurring words, it's just aging. I don't think it's the drugs. It's the drugs that they are giving him in the hospital is what is making him stable, what is making him look healthy, what is making him look like somebody that has action in his body. Those are the drugs. That's the drug that is working. But he's a very, with the way he talks, he knows how to pour in charisma, especially when he's giving promises. He knows how to just not say too much, but the little that he says, he knows how to make it matter.
It's a bit like Buhari. I'm expecting his own journey through the election campaigning space. I'm expecting it to be Buhari style. You just hear a 2 minute snapshot of him making some comment, and then that
Yeah.
comment will then be debated all over the place. They will assemble panels all over
Very, very
studios,
good.
and
You
then
know,
he will just show his face, just wave in one place,
yeah,
thumb up in another. It's just going to be one of those, just little cameos, and then they'll
yeah.
package it round and do the campaign. Because I don't think that guy, it doesn't have the physicality, to be jumping up and down on some stage saying vote for me,
Yeah.
vote for me.
He's been in this game for a long time. Kingmaker obviously knows the strategy, already knows the game. That's why I say he may not be the best candidate, but is the candidate doing the best work.
All right. So now this is how the spokesman of the president of the nation describes the citizen of that country: silly, idiotic, and imbecilic. Femi Adesina slams Nigerians linking Eagles loss to Buhari's video call. So I'm sure you're aware of that, just that space, all that commentary about how Buhari, he seems to be making these calls at inopportune moments, and then after
Yeah.
that call, then the team loses, something bad happens. But what are you making of the foremost presidential spokesperson of a country calling the citizens stupid, silly, and imbecilic?
Well, the way he speaks, his tonality screams of impunity. When someone has so much impunity, his logic cannot, you know, he just has no restraint. And this kind of people, once they're in this kind of position, they forget that their power is temporary. They absolutely forget. you know, so the tonality in which he talks to Nigerians, he's a public servant. He's a public servant. A servant is talking to the Nigerians pay his salary through tax. But from the way Nigerians have behaved, of course, he's going to take them for granted and talk to them like that. He believes that they are his slaves. That is why he's using such a tonality. Yes, he may want to defend his master, but he doesn't need to insult Nigerians that
Which
bad.
game are you playing? I can hear you binging and bonging. Which
No,
game are
no,
you playing?
it's a software. It's a software.
All
It's
right.
connected and disconnected.
All right. So carry on.
Yeah. So he just wanted to show off for his master, which is Buhari, and his master is the one that he believes pays his salary. Why is Thomas using his account? He
Well,
believes
this
pays
is it.
salary, so he's just
A
trying to
lot of
talk
people
good for
think
his
you sound
master.
alike
So he's just trying
and
to sound good for
and
his
think
master.
alike. All right.
Maybe.
Sorry, I keep cutting you off. All right. Thank you, Solly. Stay with us, Solly. And let's go now to Baba Korea once upon a time. Now the chief Akwe Louis. But I can't read the rest, so he will read it out and then tell us more about that as we welcome him into the session. Once upon a time, Baba Korea. Now Oloye. Oloye. Eh? Eh? You should have come with your Irukere now. Where's the Irukere? How can you be an Oloye without Irukere? Eh? Eh?
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, good
Yeah.
midnight, wherever you are. This is Chief Akwelu of Itagbolu land
Okay.
in
Oh, oh,
Akure,
oh.
Ondo State.
Are you going to take that title because they've offered it to you and it looks as though you like the sound of it? Are you going to take it?
We are still thinking about it anyway.
Is it going to cost you money to take it?
Oh, for where? How much is that? By the time you spend 1.5, you 1.5 or
Yeah.
2 million for celebration, that is done.
All right. Okay.
That's just
So
about three.
it's just a
That's just
part.
about $3,000, $4,000.
Yeah, all right. There you are. So
So that's not big deal.
so it's just your decision really whether you want it or not.
Exactly.
Does Madame not want it? You know, but because then
Anyway,
she will be Chief Mrs. now. Chief
is she
Mrs. Eh?
is she planning to
Eh?
go back to that place anytime soon? She is
Ah,
not.
if she gets title, she will go. Eh?
Or for where she's not interested in all that. All that.
Mm,
She's not interested in Nigeria really. Anyway,
mm.
until when the place gets better.
So, if you decide to go back, are you going to go alone and then be traveling between Nigeria to come and visit family in Canada? Is this what you are?
Well, when the time comes, I'm not going home right now until when I get to retirement age.
Oh, all right. So you are preparing the ground.
Exactly. So you don't have to wait until market day before you make your palm oil.
Mm. Okay,
Mm.
brilliant. So now to the politics of it, Oloye. Barely 3 weeks after declaring interest in 2023 presidency, Tinubu travels out for medicals. So I mean, if this guy becomes the president, nobody can claim that they did not see the writings on the wall. This is it right there. This is what he presents. But what are you making of it, Baba Kore?
Well, we all know that, as I said to you, as, as, I, as I said to you, one man, and on this platform, it is not new. It is what we all know that Tinubu is a very sick man. He's not okay. His word is not coherent, and it is the problem I'm having is that we still have even some youth that you don't even expect, even with what happened on October 20, because there is we cannot forget this. October 20, 2020, up to now, some people are still thinking about that. Why some youth that were even concerned, they even care, and they are posting his image on either YouTube or Facebook or WhatsApp, promoting him just because they are eating crumbs of bread under the table of politicians that are aligned with APC. So it is very shameful. The youth know who he is, but they are still promoting him. So it is very sad that our youth don't even know where they're coming from. They don't even know where they're going. They don't even know their history. Because if they know the history of what happened on October 20, 2020, they shouldn't have even come close to him, let alone posting his images on Facebook or on WhatsApp or on Instagram or whatever media they want to use to promote him. So for him go to London, I just read from Vanguard.
Mm,
His aide, one of his personal assistant, said
mm.
that no, he only traveled to UK
Rest.
for visit. You don't even not even rest for
Mm,
to have meetings
mm.
with I don't know who he's having meeting with. Maybe you want to have meeting with
Boris Johnson.
Boris Johnson
Mm.
or David Cameron
Mm.
or what's the
The
name of this
Queen.
or the Queen. There was
Yeah.
one guy that was there before Boris Johnson, Elizabeth May. There is
Yeah.
another one before Elizabeth May. I forgot his name.
Gordon Brown.
Yeah, Gordon Brown. Thank you. Maybe you
Yes.
want to have meeting with them.
It's just ridiculous, isn't it? We all know why he's there.
Yeah, I know
So
they are faking us. They are faking us. They want to tell us that
it's
he's
booster
strong.
shot, isn't it? By the time he comes back, his cheeks will be rosy,
But
his chest will be up. They would have given him some magic formula, some
but
magic potion.
yeah, exactly. So that he can move around. But
Sagba the way.
it is God. It is God owes everybody's life.
Mm.
It is God owed everything. Let them continue. Let him continue to receive
Do you think
medication and
do you
medical
think
in
this
abroad.
guy, you see, because it's like a joke now, Baba Korea, but do you think there's a chance that this guy will become the president by default? And this is what I'm saying. So he has gone to speak to Buhari that is interested.
Mm-hmm,
He has gone round the north to
mm-hmm,
sensitize them that is interested. He
mm-hmm,
has gone to Babangida to tell them that is interested. He
mm-hmm,
has said in the public space that is
mm-hmm,
interested. So
mm-hmm,
all of the stages, he's already fully on his
mm-hmm,
way.
mm-hmm,
So there is nobody else out there. So if
mm-hmm,
there's nobody challenging him that he has gone this far, then what
mm-hmm,
does that tell us? There's not sufficient enough of a strong field
mm-hmm.
to challenge him, or they are
Yes.
afraid of him.
Mm-hmm.
So either they're afraid of him, or the people that can come out, they feel they are not strong enough. Just by
Or
default, because there's
or
nobody else, he will just become president by default.
exactly. But at the same time, it's not that he doesn't have anybody to challenge him. You see, people
Mm,
like we. In fact,
mm,
we lost integrity back
mm,
in Nigeria. So everybody just believe in money. Any amount you can give to them, they are all okay. They just want to get whatever they want to get. So it's not that there is nobody to I mean to
challenge
conquer
him.
him,
Mm,
but you may give them some money and they just step down or promise them something, or okay, well, we are going to give you one block of petrol or whatever, crude oil and stuff like that, and they just shut their mouth up.
mm,
So for him becoming president, I don't see. To me, I can if let me just put it this way:
mm.
if he win primary, he's going to be the president of Nigeria.
No doubt.
Because you know the reason why I'm saying that, because the youth that I don't even expect, even the way the youth are even behaving these days, we could see what happened in Ado Ekiti. We could see what happened when Oshimbanjo went to Osogbo, how everybody just came out. People that they cannot even feed themselves. These people living large, they living on you. Then you still come out and stay under the sun for hours. When they came, then you start running after their vehicles like dog. I saw it the other day when Oshibanjo went to Osogbo and everybody just, even they even marching on top of one another. I called my wife. I said, look at these people. I said, when and all this thing is poverty also, because if you are busy and you work very hard, you won't have time to go and stay on the road for somebody is coming. I said, when what's the name of this man, our prime minister, Justin Trudeau, when he came to our city, you didn't even know if he came. You didn't even know. He had his own town hall meeting. Those who want to attend, they went there and they attend. They asked him questions. Nobody cares. Nobody has time for him. When election come, we know who we want to vote for. But Nigeria, they will run. even knew fully well that these people are not going to do anything. The same old cargoes, they run after them, posted them on Facebook. So let's go back to issue of Tinubu. If he win primary, I bet it with you, one man is going to win the election of Nigeria. Is going to be the next president of Nigeria.
Baba, correct. The primaries of the APC is on the 26th of February. Today is the 28th
So
of
less than 1
February.
month.
So less than 1 month. So, and the only name we're hearing in the APC is Tinubu.
Exactly.
You're hearing Rotas or Korota, so that's just a bit of a joke and a nonsense. Dave Umahi, a bit of a joke and a nonsense. Fayemi, a bit of a joke, and there's no real name that you see is threatening him.
Exactly.
And he's going around the country. He's putting himself about.
You see, let me tell you something. One man, right? You see, the whole Lagos State is going to win the whole delegate in Lagos State. He is going to win KANU. You see, almost all the northern part of Nigeria is going to creep them. That is the fact. That is the fact.
So do you see then what I mean? That he's just going to become the president by default. Because if he's going to be challenged for that ticket, we should know the challenger by now.
Exactly.
Less than 4 weeks to decision.
1st, yeah. October 1st, 2021. Most of these politicians in northern part of Nigeria, they didn't stay in Nigeria to celebrate the same country that they are making. They didn't celebrate the independence. They went to London to go and meet the same Bubu that just went to London now. The same Bola Tinubu to go and do Rakadede. October 1st, when they're supposed to be in the stadium and raising Nigeria flag high, they went to Tinubu in London. October 1st, we are talking about. So is he not telling you what is going to come?
Because a lot of people are saying we should anticipate a surprise result from the APC convention, but I cannot see how that surprise result will come. You know, because there's, like I said, there's no name, so they have to just pull out some obscure name. Goodluck Jonathan has not crossed already, so he cannot cross within 4 weeks and just take the part. So he's out.
Even if he cross, he cannot match him.
Yes.
Even if he cross. Yes, sir.
So it looks unstoppable that he's going to get that ticket. And if he gets that ticket, as you said, that's our next president.
One man.
Yeah, carry on.
You see, what I would like to tell us is that at the primary, if Tinubu is placed at the primary, he is going to beat any other person that is going to face him, whether they will be 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. Tinubu is going to beat them hands down. And once he scares through that primaries and become a presidential aspirant for the APC, I bet you no other person will beat Tinubu. Tinubu will be the next president. But it's a pity that the same youths that are clamoring for not too young to run are the ones that are carrying their bags, chasing them all over. It's a pity.
Yeah, but that's more indicative of poverty. They are not doing it because of love of Tinubu. They are hungry now.
Honestly, they have made Nigerians so paralyzed in terms of self. In fact, there is no self. Let me say dignity anymore. Poverty has taken the reins of affairs in Nigeria. If they give you 1,000, 10,000 naira, $1,000, these people are ready to sacrifice $1,000 to win that place, and they know what they are going to acquire when they get there. You see, they will not even hesitate to do that. That is the trouble. That is the problem I have with Nigeria. Look, in the next 2023, after 2023, if Tinubu wins this election, well, what will still be talking? One man will gather here, will still be talking
You
about
know
the
what we'll be
inefficiency
talking
and
about.
incompetence.
Yeah, you know maybe what the two things that I can guarantee that we're going to be talking about if Tinubu becomes the president, we'll be talking about his health, as we've been talking about Buhari's health. So it's going to be another health themed presidency. There's no, I mean, when
Exactly.
it's already, it just travel for 3 weeks, he has to run for booster shots in London. So what's
Exactly.
is it every 3 weeks booster shot in London?
One man, you see, age is another factor. Once a man enters that 70, which is that 70, that person will only be, be boosted medically to remain and, to carry out his or her daily activities. But I would have liked to see a man who is below 60 to take the helms of affairs in Nigeria. At least that is what I want. Not these grandfathers and grandmothers, because they have not given us what Nigerians, what they want. They have not. All of them, they have not. They have not. I will not support any man who is over 60 years to rule Nigeria. Honestly, we are battling the same thing in Ghana here. We are soliciting and we are going to face anybody that is going to give us a man that is older than 60 years in Ghana here. We are requesting for people from 40 years to 60 years. That's what we are asking them to give us. And they will do it for us here in Ghana.
Oh, all right, thank you.
I want Nigeria to do same, because these people cannot, they can't deliver.
All right, thank you, Vin. So Babakure, back to you, round of your thoughts.
Can I interject 1 minute before?
Yeah, go ahead. Prof, go ahead.
Yeah, this is it.
Professor
you have to bow your head now. You have to bow your head.
Professor Ajanle Koko. I hope your professorship is not like a Pantamio.
No.
All right, I don't go to you.
I can hear one man, Babakure, or who will say, "Oh, Tinubu will surely be president. It will be this." Well, look, for him to attain the ticket of that party is it depends on Buhari. Is if Buhari want to give him. If Buhari does not want to give him that ticket, he cannot win the primary. That power for him to attain that candidacy is in hand of Buhari. Buhari is the alpha and omega of that party, and he kick out his own favored executive member of the party. He installed his own, and if Buhari, I believe that Buhari will still want his own caucus to win the next Congress for the officers of the party. So everything is in the hand of Buhari. It's not in his hand. He can work. He can carry all millions around.
Do you want us to interrogate that point a little bit? Because I believe that it's not necessarily in the hands of Buhari anymore. You see, like Baba Kure and I were just discussing, Tinubu is so deep into it now, and they only have like about just under 4 weeks to their convention. That's one thing. There's no name in play. Tinubu has a very strong base within that party, and he has indicated that he wants that seat. If Buhari then decides to go against that and impose somebody on that space, it will fracture the party.
No. Hold on. Let me tell you one man. Buhari is not going to impose. Remember, Buhari is the president. He have all the resources that he can deploy, that can change everything. Look, let me tell you, everybody, all those that are supporting Tinubu in the north. If Buhari want to shift them to another person, he will do it overnight. 1 minute, he will take every one of them out behind Tinubu. We are talking of money. We are talking of resources. He have everything. You look. Is the one in charge of the? Is Buhari is the one in charge of the party right
yes,
now?
but Adale Koko, do you not think that it has gone past that window for that
No.
thing that you are describing?
No. He has not gone past anything.
Because there's nobody in play apart from Tinubu. Who is it going to then? It will
No. Don't say
say
there's nobody.
Dave Umahi,
Don't say there's
or
nobody in
Rotimi
play.
Amechi. There's
No, don't
nobody
say
now.
there's nobody. Don't say there's nobody in play.
Nobody publicly in play.
They are all. I mean, people that have declared they are as well in play.
They are not.
All of them that have declared their intention, they are all in play.
I think these people are just playing game. It's Tinubu they want to vote for.
I can agree with you that Tinubu is the one. Tinubu look like the only one among them that have brighter chance. Looking at his people that are connected with him nationwide within the party, but I'm telling you that if the president does not favor him, if the president doesn't want him, it will turn the table against him.
Oh, okay.
All
Adale
the
Koko,
power is in the hand of
the president will.
hold on, Vin. If Adale Koko, if Tinubu does not win, because like you said, he looks like the most likely to win. So if he does not win, then everybody would know that Buhari moved against him. So how do you think that will play out in the party?
No. They will organize the PAM. They will go to primary.
No, we know.
It's money. We are talking of money. They will deploy money out and switch. They will buy all the delegates and they will vote against Tinubu.
Yes, we know that is what they will do. But if they vote against Tinubu, the way it's looking now, it looks like
nothing going to happen. Nothing is going to happen. As long as the election is free and fair, it's just the money politics that play Tinubu out. There's nothing they can do. There's nothing they can do. All they cannot do if they feel aggrieved and say, oh, they don't want to give it to Yoruba, they will just move to another party or vote out of the party. But the power of the party is in the hand of the president, and the president can use that power any way he like, and he can use that power to favor anybody that he chooses. So don't give it to Tinubu yet. Be looking up to
but it's
Buhari.
looking like Tinubu now. That's what it's looking like. Yeah, come in, Ola.
See, I think I agree with Adale Koko perfectly. If you notice, when they interviewed Buhari recently, when he made a statement that he knows the person that is going to support, that if he mentioned the person now, they might remove him. So
they might eliminate him, kill him.
No, it didn't. That wasn't. Hold on, Ola. That wasn't what it meant when he said remove him. It wasn't to eliminate him physically, but to politically destroy him. So that's the understanding, not physically killing.
I'm just being careful with my words anyway. That's why I use that that word. So now it happened before in the country that the sitting president messed up the strongest candidate until now. That's the
Obasanjo example.
Pardon me?
Is it the Obasanjo example?
Yes, Obasanjo example, and nothing happened within the party. Because those members of the party, most of them, they are not for the party's ideology. They are just.
But it's a different space though, because Tinubu essentially largely created that party along with others. You know, he is a very strong force within that party. So it's not just some random candidate.
Atiku was a founding member of PDP.
Right.
In fact, he had one of the strongest political movement in the country against him. But the president of the country broke. In fact, he created a great discord within that political structure. Until now, Atiku is yet to find his feedback. So we can never sideline or try to play down the power of the president of the country, because those people there, they are shop people, they are not necessary for ideology. So if Buhari supports a candidate today, honestly, I don't think Tinubu can survive any attempt to move against the president. I agree with Ajaligo completely.
All right, thank you. But nobody was saying that Tinubu will win over a candidate, win over Buhari's will. But what I was suggesting was that with less than 4 weeks left and nobody that is strong enough that to be of concern to Tinubu in situation, and Tinubu going around the country sensitizing everybody, and people seem to favor it. If Buhari at the 11th hour then turn against him, he can do that through the mechanisms that Ajane Koko said. But if he does that, people would know that Buhari turned against him. But people would then have to form a thought that Tinubu being the entity and all that he has done, so they then have to make a thought on that. So that's just what but Baba Kore, back to you.
Well, that is all what I have to say about Tinubu anyway. And like you said, I totally agree with what you said too. So if we are not saying that he cannot make any decision at the 11 hours, but if he does that, well, it's for own peril. So that is it. So
that could lose them. That could lose them the election, couldn't he?
Of course,
because people would know that was treachery, that was betrayal right there.
Exactly, and of course, like this man in Ganduje and some we cannot really trust the northern part of Nigeria, but some people still there are some of them that are still loyal to Tinubu, like that of Ganduje and stuff like that. They are paddy. So. If things like that happen, you know how many delegates they are going to command from KANU State. So that's just it.
All right, thank you. Let me take you then from that space into religion. Our pastors should not. Yes, Ibiyomi under attack over Yahoo boys. So it's just rich pickings in that storyline. One, should a pastor be cursing at all, which is the gold question that people are asking. But then, who are these pastors even? What is a Yahoo boy and who is a pastor? And why is he specifically targeting Yahoo boys when the Yahoo is just all the way through to us? So to all of that, Baba Akure, your thoughts?
Well, issue of religion is a very funny case. And which church is he commanding? Which church is it? Is he headed? Is it one of this new generation church or which one?
It will be one of those psychedelic. Let me just get you the name. It's one of these psychedelic yum-yums. So the Salvation Ministry, he calls himself Salvation Ministry.
So if I must let you know, I'm very sorry. Even the church, all the church in Nigeria, particularly Nigeria these days, what's different between them and Yahoo boys? I can little bit exclude. When you're talking about old churches, like old churches like Methodist, Anglican, I can even put K&S, Kerubu and Serafu, and what's the name of the another white garment church? So all those Celestial Church of Christ, CAC, you see all those churches that they have been there for very long time.
Yeah, the traditional ones.
I can exclude them a little bit, but when you're talking about all this new one, what is different between them and Yahoo boys? What is different? Because even the same man that you're talking about, maybe he has problem with Yahoo boys. Maybe they didn't bring money in,
or maybe they chanced him. Maybe they stole from
him. Anything. It is he know what it is he know what happened between him and Yahoo boys.
You know that causer, Fatoyibo.
No, I don't know him.
You remember the one that was caught up in some rape scandal with the Kolo?
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Can you picture that guy in your head?
No, I don't really follow that story, but I heard about
Yeah,
it anyway.
I wanted you to remember what he looks like, because that guy, the difference between that guy and a Yahoo boy, I don't know, because that's the typical structure of a Yahoo boy right there. But he
Actually,
mounts a pulpit.
when you're talking about all
Yeah.
these new generation churches,
Yeah,
to
they're all the
me,
same.
I don't see the difference between them, because even Yahoo boys they show what they are doing to us. So
whole generation churches are different.
what is that?
I said, oh,
Go ahead. Hello, Mike.
Mike is receiving judgment.
Carry on. You see?
I was.
You see? Ọlọ́run àtijọ́ ló máa ń pẹ́ strike. Ọlọ́run say, quickly.
So honestly, there's no difference between new generation churches and Yahoo boys. Like somebody said here on the I think it was Solly mentioned about issue of tithes and stuff like that, where even the Bible said clearly that I'm going to interpret the way the Bible said it, that when you want to give something to God, you have to give it to God with your wholeheartedly, not something that you give to God and you'll be murmuring or you'll be complaining after. If you don't want to give it to God,
with nobody seeing you doing it.
Exactly. So if you are not convinced, okay, just forget about it. If you are not convinced of it, I want to give 10% of my salary to, or 10% of my wages to one pastor, yeah, you just forget about it. Like me, I don't pay tithe because
do you attend church?
Of course, if you go to, you want to know my church, if you go to River of Life Assembly on YouTube, go to River of Life Assembly in Miramichi. Yes, sir.
You see, I just want to chip in something here. You see, for me, I don't believe in paying tax. I mean, tithe. I don't believe in paying tax because tithe was specifically designed to take care of the Levites. The Levites in those days were those people that were in charge of priesthood. So they were not allowed to work.
Yes.
Nobody, they cannot work. It is in the Bible. They cannot work. So through that 1/10, that was what was used to take care of them as they are involved in the priesthood. Now, after all these things, who is the Levite now that is collecting the tithe? That's supposed to collect the tithe. When you look at
who were the Levites in Nigeria back in those days?
When Christianity came, Peter was a working class man. Matthias was a working class man. John was a working class man. All of them were workers. Some of them were fishermen. Some of them were fishermen. When they come, they will come and preach and go back to work. These people have just come, use this church, in fact, to extort. They are extortionists.
And they even oppress you with your tithe. They buy private jets. You cannot even. In fact, if you are sick, you won't even get money back from pastor. Okay, like Ola said, if you Google, because I have to give it to you. If you Google River of Life Assembly in Miramichi, New Brunswick, you will see that's the name of my church. You will see me play drum set in the clip there. Any video that you see, you will of course see me playing drum set there. So it's showing you that I'm one of the praise worship team, right? But I believe what I believe. It doesn't really matter either I pay tithe or I didn't pay tithe, because I know that's where you are going. Maybe I'm going to church because I should supposed to have known. My mind convinced me that, okay, well, rather than paying tithe, I can surely give the money to people that needs it. Because it is me know how much I spend every month. You take 2,000, you take 5,000, you take 10,000. You get what I'm saying? I attend Anglican.
No. Okay, it's an Anglican church, right?
No. This is Pentecostal. But back in Nigeria, I attend Anglican church.
Okay, but because you talk against Pentecostal, but paying tithe, it's like philanthropy, injection. So we even use that one to reduce your tax. What you pay in the tax. So
what are you talking about? Oh no, what are you talking about?
If you pay tithe and offering there, by the time you are filing your tax return, you get percentage of it.
I know.
Who told you that? Who told you that? That is not true.
I file tax every year, so I know.
That is true. That is true. Let me tell you something, woman. Let me tell you something.
It's true. It's true.
Because I know the churches. I know the churches use it as a tax deductible, but I did not know
we use to fight tax here. We use to fight tax here. Ola, let me tell you something.
There are many things there.
All right.
This is what I do. Listen to me, please. This is what I do. I put money in my envelope. It's not for tithe. Maybe for ordinary offering. Are you getting my point now, Ola?
Yes, I get you.
But with that, they will still have it in your record in our church. At the end of the year, then they will give you your tax form, which you will use to file your tax when the time comes. Like next 2 months now, we'll be filing our tax. So you will use that one to file your tax. So I understand all that. But I don't pay 10% of my salary. Back in Nigeria, I attend Anglican church.
Hold on. Sorry, Baba, that space intrigues me somewhat. So you pay whatever it is that you are paying to your church, and then they receipt it in form of their records, and then you use that as a tax deductible when you are filing your returns. So that essentially means that it is the government that is paying tithe and offering to your church.
That is what I'm saying here. I've been saying this for Hold on, please. I've been saying this for very long. I've been saying this for I've been saying this for very long time.
Yeah.
Here, pastor, like my church, pastor don't really depends on your tithe. If you pay tithe, all well and good. My pastor has his own tractor that he used to work on his farm. If the church needs something, if the church, let's say we need a projector, my pastor can apply to government where we need something in our church. The government will go and apply for so program. Then you will get grant to go and buy the monitor to your church.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, because
in Canada.
you see, Baba,
yes.
Church.
So
Church is a corporate. Church is included in a corporate affairs, this is commission.
It's a non-profit organization.
It's a charity. Exactly. They register as a charity.
Exactly.
You see, when things are set up like that, it allows, it stops them from having pastors like Nigerian pastors that we have now. When you have systems in place like that.
But that sounds like an even more corrupt system.
No, man. If you are found in a situation whereby someone mismanaged church finances, the person can be jailed. So it's not a matter of me because I'm the pastor, you carry the money.
Exactly.
If the allegation is raised,
and every single thing they have.
Yeah, you have to account for every money. And you have to file.
Yeah, but that is easily done now. You just bury things in the books.
Yeah, they escape with it. In a non-profit, they escape with the money.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, they definitely
they don't audit non-profits as aggressively as
aggressively, exactly.
As they audit corporations.
They have the way to clean out the money.
Yeah.
Whatever it takes, it doesn't really matter at this time. We can see not compare it with what we are operating in Nigeria, where somebody
Nigeria is worse.
When somebody just have church at the backyard of his house, or at the backyard of our house, or use one room in his face me and face you house as a church, and take all the money that belongs to you and all your food, they take it away from you. They will tell you, okay, God send me to you. So let's just forget about that part, right? That is how my own church operates. I don't know all the churches in Canada. But if we need something, the church can apply for grants to the government. So they don't, in other words, they don't really depend on your money or your tax. I mean, or your tithe. So that is for that. So let's go back to the issue of
Abakuri, I'm sorry, I disagree with that, man. I disagree with that.
Are you Canadian?
No. I know it's the same in America, Canada. It's the same. They rely heavily on the tithe and offering. Heavily.
My friend, we are not the same as Americans. I don't compare us.
Listen to me.
You're telling me if no, wait. If you don't collect, if there's no tithe and offering coming into that church, first of all, even the government will close it down because you don't profit. I mean, the organization is not bringing money in.
Who told you that?
You think the government? Okay, first of all, you have to file. If your non-profit organization not bringing anything in, the government will not give you any grant.
You don't know why they
rely heavily on that tithe and offering.
What is going on in their country?
I think Mike is right, by the way, but
don't mind them now. When the internet, if you don't feel good, they will start to defect.
The same way you promise heaven and earth that Nigeria road is better than
even the pastor here in Canada and US, they are corrupt. They are buying private jets. They are doing the same thing. They are all the same, man. Pastors are criminals, man.
I don't know what is going on in your church, but I'm telling you,
it's the same thing. I know them, man. Duplantis. Now they even treat Nigerian pastor the corruption.
Any pastor that embezzles
Benny Hill, all of them.
Church funds.
Crypto dollar. There's one name crypto dollar.
Crypto dollar. I call it. Is it
crypto dollar? That guy get dollar pass. Even Nigerian people.
The pastor calling himself crypto.
They are all the same, man. You guys need to stop hating American Canadian pastor. They are all the same. They are all in for money.
I don't Mike, they are not counting them as the richest. They count Nigerians as the richest.
They are all into that shit for money, man. This guy.
Listen to me now.
Mahmoud, that man.
Hold on, Mike for Babakura. Yeah.
So now you are comparing Canadian pastor to that of Nigeria now because we still have to go back there. It is a very odd topic, right? I'm not saying all the pastor in Canada because I never been to so many churches. I am talking in reference my church as a case study. I said my church does not depend on your what do you call it? On your tithe.
Are you in charge of the treasury? Are you the treasurer of the church?
Mike, you have to let him land now.
Did you hear what I just said? That I am one of the member of the church. That I at least I know. If you want to drop your thing, there is nothing hiding. There is a place where they will put tray. When you come into your church, you drop it. You got what I'm saying? You have your envelope. You put whatever. Like me, if every Sunday, if I feel okay, I want to take some money to church. It's not tight. It is just ordinary money for offering. You got what I'm saying now? So, pastor do say, okay, pay your tithe, but not that okay, you have to. If you don't pay, you are going to hellfire. Because even the pastor has his own tractor, at least 2 tractors that's used on his own farm. You get what I'm saying? So he doesn't depend on your tithe. That is what I want you to understand. And
it sounds like you are trying to sell your church, but you're trying to invite us to your church. That's what it sounds like. Because everybody always say my church is different.
I'm going to tell you something now. This last December, even though I was not home, because we are member, my wife, my 2 daughters, we are part of a praise worship team. Every single year, the church has to present us $100 check. Go, you guys, you go and buy something that you want. I was not home this year, December. They brought a gift card to my house, right? Why, when I was in Nigeria, it was me spending all the money that I have.
Baba Kore, how does your church? Sorry, I think Solly actually wanted to ask you something. So Solly, yeah, come in here.
Yes, I was saying maybe it's a good thing we don't have something like that in Nigeria, because yes, this kind of system protects the churchgoer, from pastor trying to exploit them to get more money out of them. However, some Nigerian pastors can actually do fraud to get more tax return, and thereby the government will now come in and give them two options. Either you push us in terms of politics, or we arrest you for the crime that you have committed. So they will even use them more. The politicians will be able to use the pastors more that way. This kind of
Solly, you are very right with what you are saying. We see that in Nigeria right now. Do you know that some pastors already gathered themselves right now, cursing and lambasting, even calling on go on top of those people that are working against Tinubu? Do you know that?
Right. Where is the pastor calling Shango? Come on now.
Oh, okay. Anyway,
which pastor is calling Shango?
They calling Angel Michael.
Maybe. The fake one and they call. Maybe they go call Shango. Shango go strike that pastor.
I think I sent that clip to one man. They start calling Angel Michael, Angel Gabriel to strike that person that is working against Tinubu down. So Nigeria church, the government already using them against their citizens, because now, as those people gather themselves now, the congregation of those pastors will of course support Tinubu. 90% of them will of course support him, because they so believe in daddy.
Most of them are highly corrupt.
Exactly, that is what I'm saying. Because they believe in daddy.
Baba Akure, for that pastor that is calling Shango, let me give you an example of what happened like 8 or 9 years ago. There was a small church. It's a white garment church, so very close to where we used to live that time. No, that was actually about 10 years ago. Yeah. So, the time they accused Bankole that he embezzled money. So, on the church, you will be surprised what this pastor was saying. He said, Mama Sope, Bankole kowo je, ta lo rese were ti obu. Owó ta ni bàbá kó jẹ. Ẹgbẹ́ kọ́lé ìwọ̀n jíṣó. Let me interpret that thing. You see what the pastor was just saying is that I said, you people who were accusing Bankole of embezzling. Say, will we get a madman that is so rich that will not take advantage of stealing from that person? Your people are building and you are trying to steal near. Is that what you are supposed to do, or you pray for your own? I said, when someone told me initially, I just laughed. I say, how will a pastor preach that kind of thing? Or the people started saying, yeah, that it was true. I said, really? I said, man, see, truly there are some fake pastors. Nobody is disputing that. Some people,
they are all the same. Stop saying this one is fake, that one is real. Whenever they get caught, they say they are fake. Before they get caught, they're real, Abi.
Some pastor will shack ogogoro and some kind of smoke something before they even come to church to preach on Sunday, for example. It happens. I'm telling you what I know. You understand? So there was even in our Orthodox church, there was Baba lady that we used to laugh and say, Baba is
Ajale Koko, when you look at that guy, Odumeje now, Odumeje. That does not look permanently high on something. That one. That is high now on something. It's high on something. The way his eye just bulging up all the time.
That one is on cocaine.
But then, not all of them. That's the challenge. That's the thing. So when we are saying you see give room to exclude some, that will say you don't see all of them.
Now, which one?
No, he's creating his usual Bakari escape routes.
I won't even be talking about Bakari. I won't talk about Bakari today. So if you don't like Bakari, you is your opinion.
No. I don't have a pass. I don't know him personally. I just know that he's a crook.
I'm talking generally.
Bakari has proven that he's a crook now.
Yeah, we all know him now. He's a criminal.
The same man I would say, if you don't give your
why did he say Bakari is a crook, is a criminal? One man.
The guy don't prove him now.
So
how has it? Sorry, Ola. How has it proved it, Mike?
They got around along with the BUHARI. The same man, I say you are supposed to, if Muslims are going to hellfire now, so you can't follow Muslims and run for office to go to hellfire. See?
And by the way, he was born a Muslim. Do you know?
So,
And
you
but
know,
then because of
there
this, because of this
why
tithe
make
and
you life to
offering,
Christ first before you join them?
because of this tithe and offering business, he changed his religion to come and collect
Exactly.
10%.
Now how they talk now. The whole thing about money.
It's not coherent. You see, you say because a pastor wrong with a Muslim because he believes this thing. Will you work someone, if you're a Christian today, for example, will you work with someone who is not a Christian in the same working environment? Something are not coherent. Will you take the taxi bus downfall of someone that is not a Christian? So they
are preaching in church. Say now only Christians God is saying.
Roll it out. So because someone you should understand that this religion something is private matter. You understand? It's a matter of a private thing. But it's for you to open your eyes, not to let anybody take advantage of you. So there are fake pastors that are those called by God, except you don't believe in God.
Come on, man. How do God call pastor? Tell me, please. Tell me. God appeared to them in the bush.
Were you there?
So God showed up in the bush. Say, hey, and they call you. The way Muhammad like give them. Say God show up to him in the bush.
All I know is
he told him, hey, man, you're a prophet. Go and lead the people. I'm gonna move people that follow him. I go pastor go say that God call him. He said go believe him. I God take call pastor. Explain to me, please.
I believe pastors don't need to be called. You know, you may just want to be able to. You may just want to spread the word. You may just want to spread the gospel. And you
which gospel? I am spreading rubbish, man.
Wait. The gospel that you believe in, and you are very charismatic about it. It's not.
We are spreading what you know concern. What you know be our own. Africans say they need gospel.
So let me tell Mike something. See, let's forget.
You guys are carrying colonial agenda. That's what the pastors are doing.
Hold on, Mike. It's a different conversation.
These are agendas people believe in. These are agendas that
they are misleading people, man.
But is America not running on a Christianity basis?
No, they don't. They don't.
These are agendas that what about Europe?
Mike, if you know that they are misleading people, you should go out and preach your own religion too. That is what you need to do.
I don't believe in religion. Religion is a
practice your own religion. You can convince people. You can convince people.
I can't go if I begin to tell you how many lives pastors have destroyed.
All right, thank you.
Start your own religion against them.
Start your own religion. You all start religion.
All right,
thank you. Anybody can start religion.
One man, let me tell you one story, man. Let me tell you something
very quickly because
there's a reason why. There's a reason why I'm talking like this. There were some people, right, where they have family, Egun and Oshana family, right, and pastor go tell them and say God told them they go through away their Oshana in the river. And these people's life became one man even ran mad. These people's life destroyed, man. So these pastors have come to Africa to just destroy people's lives. You know, that's why people like us hate that shit, because we know stories of people. We know what's going on. We know how this Christianity is destroying people's lives.
That's a made up story, but back to
made up.
Is a made up story. Okay. Please let me ask Mike one question.
Okay.
Please.
Oh, I wanted to
Mike, please, one man. Mike, do you agree you are a product of education brought by the European when they
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. The messed up part of me is the product of that stupid education.
Did you go to school? Did you go to school, conventional school?
We are learning rubbish now.
Wait, did you go to school? How did you get to America? How did you learn your English?
Knowledge is knowledge. So because I speak English means it made me better.
See, there you can benefit from whatever rubbish anybody is as the thing we have is good.
Listen, the only way you can say you're benefiting from the white Europeans things is because right now they are the one in control of global policies and everything. So of course they, unfortunately, but we
have to go to America.
What are you talking? What do you learn in Nigerian schools besides Mongo Park and England? That's why all these Nigerian journalists they start talking about touches of success. I can give a shit about those things. Knowledge is knowledge. Because you have Western knowledge doesn't mean you're better than anybody.
The question is this: the early missionaries, for example,
they came to brainwash us, and that's why we are here. We are today. Those bastard missionaries.
Sacrifices like when they used to kill all those twins that they will say.
Who they kill twins? Where did they kill twins in Yoruba land?
See, look. Even our traditional this thing you are talking about. they were not that purely clean as we
nothing is 100% pure clean, but that's our own.
You will hear there was some kind of judgment even passed by through our traditional institution those days that even innocent people died. That was
okay, your point is not perfect. Okay,
many people died, many people were sacrificed, many people were beheaded or from
barbaric.
Even
according to what white man told you.
You can't condemn. It's what you one man.
So they are not killing people today. So the death sentence they collect from capital punishment. It's not. They are not killing.
I saw one Yoruba language. Bring your wife if you did better more than me in Yoruba. So
continue with your pastor. They follow them. Now they destroy their life. They go. Do you see where country they go now? All the pastor they lead on now. Where they lead on now go. That's why you guys come here every day to cry now. Your country not destroyed. They go.
Mike, anybody can.
Africa is backward, man. Africa is dying because of these useless religions, man.
The education you have today is Western education.
Which is not. No. I have my own. No. The best education I have is the traditional education. That's the best one I have.
Which tradition? Then go out and spread your education.
Where you concern me and you?
Condemning other people. Go and convince people. Go and convince people you want to convince with your Western education. And convert.
Education is education. Education does not belong to the West. Stop saying education is Western education. So Chinese education. Now Western education Chinese gets. They're going to give everything good to white man. Say Western. Education is education. Scientists, people they innovate now, researchers. You have to do Western.
The elementary school
knowledge is knowledge. It's not Western. It doesn't belong to the West.
You went to is Western education.
It's not Western education. Education is education.
What are you talking? What do you mean?
People that contribute to the knowledge of the university, they are diverse. It's not only West.
Forget about that. That one is secondary. We are talking
knowledge is knowledge. Education is education. Stop giving everything knowledge to Oyinbo. Why people Oyinbo gone, they come Africa can't learn. They can't learn from us. The only thing different is that they package the knowledge into curriculum. That's all.
All right.
Mortality ratio to be
there.
Knowledge is knowledge. Knowledge does not belong to the white man. Stop this colonial mentality.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. So you see what now? What I mean? It just happened, but nobody heard or took anything. Nobody heard or took anything from it. So when I say I want to leave it, that is why I usually say that. But back to Baba Akure, if you still remember where you were with this pastor and the Yahoo boys.
Yeah, I still remember. But to cut the story short, to me, there is no difference between most of these pastors that we have in Nigeria to that of Yahoo boys, because even they themselves brainwash people to. They will tell you your miracle is on the way coming. So if you can just bring your vehicle and all kind of thing, there's a man in my village. One church promised him, "Oh, we see tomorrow. Don't worry, you are going to. You just donate the vehicle you have right now, and the next few months you will get another vehicle." The man donated his vehicle. Up to now, he could not even buy a bicycle. And
that is
there you are.
That is still illegal.
But that's Yahoo boy, right? Is that not Yahoo boy?
Stealing by 3.
It has been Monday. It has been almost a year, about more than 1 year now. He has not been able to buy even spoke of a bicycle. Like up to now. So
and you know they'll be telling him that God is testing his faith.
So that is how it goes. So I will ship in briefly to that of Western education and African education and whatever we call it. Where African culture is very good, but not all. Likewise, the Western world we're talking about, they have their own culture, which is good, and there are some that are not good. You just take the one that you believe, okay, we have our own mind, and we individually know, okay, this is what is right, this is what is wrong. So we can pick something from a white man's culture, and we can also pick something from our own culture too, because like we have been arguing here, they came to Nigeria. You see the bronze, all those things that we've been making in the Benin Empire and stuff like that. Nigeria already had empire before even missionary came. You have your empire where you have a king that make decision, And at that time, things were even working good too. Though we know, according to the history, that they sacrifice people at that time and all kind of thing. But the civilization already there as well, because they have everything according to the way they're supposed to have it. Nobody can just talk in front of king or anyhow. You know your boundary. The community know, okay, this is what we have to follow. You cannot steal some. Even when I was even growing up in my village, you can't even steal somebody's thing. They will expel you from that community, and you cannot come back. So you know your boundary. Not like now everything just skyrocket. Everybody just behaving anyhow. But our bronze that we made before white people came, where are they? They came to Africa. They stole them away because they were so surprised that these people have this knowledge and they made all these things, and they start repatriating them back one after the other now. So we are not going to go to that. Let's just put that aside. Let's just embrace what we have too. So like Mike said, if we one of the reasons why Nigeria is like this is that because we are not using Yemoja to swear in for our governors, our councillor, and all these people. We cannot use Shango. If we are using it, they won't do all this knowledge they are doing, because they know that Jesus Christ is so massive. It takes long time.
You see, Baba Akure, we're very quick. Not we, but people like Mike and somewhat Black League as well. They are very quick to completely want to abandon all of those things. The Western influence for the betterment of the Black space. But in terms of healthcare, in terms of just, there are basic things that are irrefutable. There was an improvement in the quality of living. That
is true.
Just as a result of
like what, one man? Like what?
That was why
like healthcare.
That was why
we didn't have healthcare in Africa.
No, come on, man. Don't be pedantic now.
Well, maybe you don't have enough knowledge. That's why.
No, you don't have enough knowledge.
You don't have enough knowledge of your people. That's why. You don't have enough knowledge of your people. That's why.
No, I have. Look, I have more knowledge in most things than you.
You don't have the knowledge of the tradition. We have more medicine than the Europeans today.
All right, that is where people were not living.
It doesn't matter.
They to colonize you.
And the fact of the matter is,
and they cannot
the fact of the matter
and
is,
take you
any
as
advancement that's going on in the world today is being done by scientific community, and the scientific community, all races of people are part of it. We all do research, we contribute, we share knowledge. So now, when something is innovated or invented, we just attribute it to Westerners as if they have the monopoly of it. But that's what you guys say when you say something improvement in the world, in the black man's space. You attribute it about that. But that's what you guys are saying now. You're saying they are responsible for the improvement now in everything. I see black scientists are not.
Who said that?
But that's what you just said, one man.
No.
Even the one you gave, example you gave about healthcare.
That's not what I said. That's what you
Mike,
heard.
with all your
hold on now, Vin. What I did say, which everybody heard, was that in all of the disparaging that we do, that there were certain things that they introduced that irrefutably improved quality of life. So I didn't say everything. I said there were some things.
That is true.
So yeah.
And that was what I mentioned.
Well, you gave an specific example.
Don't worry. Let my just carry on.
That was why I said.
They worship your Imbo, they go. Okay.
That was why I said.
Okay, go back to Nigeria.
That was why I said.
Oh, you've always been moronic response.
You see.
Moronic response. Go back there. What kind of response is that? No logic.
You don't insult people now. So you cannot disagree with him without insulting him.
Well, why do you worship Igbo? Because you are getting something from them. Because they give you job, they give you visa. They don't turn your
practice your traditional way of really
Igbo education that you are is Western education that make you what you are today.
And these kind of people sell Africa those days. When they bring umbrella come, they will give them 40 slaves. One or you won't bring umbrella, they go say take all these 40 people, carry them go. Now so then they think now.
That's
Mike, they go give them the whole man, the whole village. White man can have the village. You can buy. See that boy there, take him. Give me one mirror. Take 30 slaves. Now the mentality Africans still get it today. All these people are supposed to enjoying. We will give you luxury. So forget. Say Nigeria give them. That's what they think. Go and if they do something, go and figure out to do your own. Don't be say go come the work man. Chinese people when you bring this thing, go give Chinese people. Chinese people don't start
Why
to
are you in
worship
the
them.
US?
Chinese man
Why are
begin
you
to
in
go
the
learn how to
US?
do his own.
Mike,
Today, Chinese they do
Why
his own
are you in the
technology.
US?
Now only
You
black man
don't
go
want to
believe
answer
say
me.
technology
Mike,
belong to
we
white
have
man. I don't
technology
do
too
my
in
own.
Nigeria, but
Why
your
are you in
leaders
the
don't
US?
allow us to thrive. Your leaders don't allow us to
Mike,
thrive.
would you
So you
ever
need your
Mike, why
leader.
are you
consider?
in the
So now
Would
US?
you
leader,
ever
now
consider?
people leader
Do you?
innovate for
Would
them.
you? Would
Una
you
they wait,
ever
okay, now
Technology
Buhari
consider
go
can
this,
that
enable
now
Nigerian
Buhari
white
go,
government to
man?
have an
now Buhari go
environment
design
to be
Facebook
able
for you,
to
Abi.
do
Now you
things
go,
like
now
that.
you go, now you go, now you go design technology for you. God,
Mike, why are you
see,
in the US?
Don't
why you see
reason.
another? I just expressing a moronic question. You still repeat that. See, you still
They are
repeat that.
enjoying their benefits, but he does not want to go
Can I say
home.
something,
The
please?
home he loves so
See,
much.
Mike, we
Huh?
can disagree with one another, but you don't have to
Yeah.
insult.
Well, people,
That's
it's
just
not an
one thing.
insult. When people they think backward, you have to let them know, man. When you are thinking backward, when you have backward
Insulted
mentality,
Soli,
yeah, you need someone to tell you. Don't be say,
you insulted
Mike,
another person
come
right
back
now.
to
no, it's not an
Nigeria so
insult. I
that
say it's a
we
moronic
use
question.
our traditional
It's a
system.
fact
Why?
now. It's not an
You
insult.
call
It's a
Soli
fact.
Ode. You call Soli Ode.
Let me ask him one question.
You call Win Moroni statement. See, the point is
Can I
this.
can I ask him one
You
question?
and I, we are in the Western world here. We can't use some of this word even for our colleague in the office. We know the implication. We know this type of word we water here can show us at the door. So why will you use that thing? You say you want to preach civilization, but you keep for personal opinion, you keep degenerating people, you keep insulting people. You did this
Nobody's
socially
insulting
today.
anybody, man. I beg. Let's
You
who's
can't go to
insulting
the
you?
office and you say this way, one of your colleagues is using moronic word. If it takes you up, they will show you
But
the
that's
door.
not an insult now. If someone using moronic,
It's moronic word is an
you got
insult.
to express it now.
Let me ask him a question. Mike,
That's disrespectful.
would you,
I beg, man. Who they respect
Mike,
Christians here? Do Christians
Mike,
respect we do you Christians open your man and say anything good thing about allow people? Don't be every time they call us wicked people, devilish. We're not going to use Nollywood. They describe, they bastardize our tradition. So you want me to come and be respecting pastors or all these people they follow
Who did
pastors?
that
You
here
Now,
wear the
Mumu, they
bear
see them
mic.
as now where they
You wear
insult their
the
own
bear
ancestor.
mic. You wear the bear mic. Mike, you they tell me where the bear fajuyi about tradition. You the bear mic and the bear
Is that a bear mic? You don't know my tradition. If you know my name, you don't.
Mike, first of all, change your name. Change your name from Mike.
Change your name.
Mike,
Anyway,
Mike, would you ever consider or see anything that white men have done to black people in this world?
you say? I know now. They enslaved you now. They enslaved you. They are looting your
I'm
natural
asking you a
resources. They're
question.
assassinating your leaders.
I'm
They are brainwashing your
asking you
population, and that's what I see now. Okay.
I'm asking you a question.
So
Have you
black people are
seen
not doing anything to black people.
anything? Is there anything you can point to that white men have done good to black men?
I can't see anything good.
You cannot say anything good.
No.
And he's in the US. So.
And he's using laptops and internet.
They are not doing anything good to me for me.
They have not done
Okay,
anything
hold
good.
on.
Well, I'm working, I'm paying for everything I use.
Hold on, Mike. Ajale Koko, can you answer your own question?
Thank you.
Okay, answer my own question. White men brought science and technology to black men. It was in Africa. We are talking about this modern world. They brought it. The vehicle you are driving today, they invented it. The electricity, they invented it. Every technical whatsoever you want to talk about, the air conditioner you use, your refrigerator, what is it you want to talk about? Even your school that you have, the place of learning, education that we have that make us competitive in the world. It's Oyibo's education. It's Oyibo system of education that make us competitive in the world. So why do you want to say that you just want to condemn them in totality? You cannot say I'm not saying that they don't have their own, shortcomings,
Shortcomings.
yeah. But at the same time, in some areas where they have helped us and help our development, we have to acknowledge it and not to totally condemn them. And there are many other areas that we have helped white people to be what they are, to develop them. We can say that we can go back to history and dig it out. But when we are talking about modern world where we live today, they have contributed immensely. And like like one man is saying, that in area of healthcare, they have done a lot to help, to save humanity. Look at the Ebola that happened in Liberia, and if not for them, do you know how many of our people will have been killed?
Do you know it was even then I created Ebola? How do you know it's not even then I created Ebola and dumping your midst? How do you know it's not?
That is another topic.
Do you know?
Do you have a fact? Do you have fact to that? Do you have?
Do you believe that Europeans have using disease to wipe out populations?
Do you have any fact to that? Your point.
Do you agree with me that Europeans have used disease and dumped it in Africa before, and dumped it in North American places to wipe out populations?
I have told you earlier that.
Do you believe that?
We cannot say they don't have their.
Is that a fact?
But what I'm telling you, that in the modern world where we live, they have contributed immensely.
Everybody has contributed, man. Everybody. You can't say it's white man. It's everybody. The scientific community, the research. Everyone is there.
We have told
you. So
is
the Chinese man doing something too? Is the Chinese man building an airplane? All these things you're talking about, are they doing it?
Areas of science and technology.
Chinese man came to the US to study so many things.
Yes. Everybody can do it. The fact of the matter is this: if we have been left alone,
became what they become today. Mike, listen.
We can do the same thing. We don't need to worship them because they are doing it.
Listen now.
We are not worshiping
the Chinese
them.
People become what they are today.
We are not worshiping
but now you have to throw away the evil they have done to us because they are doing some technology for themselves. And are they giving the technology for free? You are buying it from them. Whatever it is they are doing that you are praising them for, they don't give it for free. You have to use your money to buy it. If you're telling me because I'm using a computer the one white man designed, did they give me the computer for free?
Even this
don't be worshiping people because they do something great. If you like what they're doing that is great, you go and do your own. You don't start worshiping them.
Mike, I will, before you challenge the white man on what they are doing, first of all,
start worshiping Jesus because he's Oyinbo, because Oyinbo they do technology. You put picture of Jesus in front of your house, and you're telling your children that is God.
All the things
that's insanity, man.
And come back to Africa where you originate, where you come from. Simple.
You say,
Mike.
So do you tell the white man in your own Africa that's taking your oil there in Nigeria that's pumping billions of barrels? You tell us to go back. You don't do that. You say they are welcome. As soon as they land like this,
let us focus on that oil right there. The processing of that oil to petrol to diesel.
Today you cannot produce.
Are you the one?
So those boys in Nigeria they are doing local refinery. They are not smart. So the black man cannot do research and figure out to refine. You guys believe you can't do things yourself. You just believe you can't. You keep watching, believe Oyinbo is one that can do everything. And I keep coming here to tell you, listen, this whole
listen that discussed over there because of it.
Let me tell you guys something. What Oyinbo is doing is very simple. It's just research. All this technology you're talking about, it's just a matter of taking the best minds among their community and bring it together in a.
Why can't you do that?
That's why I'm coming here to preach. That's what we need to start doing instead of worshiping them, waiting for them to do everything for us.
Why can't you black people do that research?
Because you guys think the way you guys are thinking right now, and that's why I'm telling you, your mental, your backward thinking.
Oh, look at you.
Your backward thinking.
You are just talking that the way you
all
are
of us, though, some of you, and some of us have the mind. I understand the otherwise. You guys will insult us when we come to tell you. Like, listen, we should stop. We should stop. Let's get together and start doing research. They go say, Oyinbo na God. How can you even think well?
When enjoying what Oyinbo built?
Again, nobody enjoy anything. Beg, man, you pay for it. No, they talk that nobody do anything for anybody. You are paying for it. Listen, I'm contributing.
If they fly aeroplane, go Nigeria.
They fly aeroplane because they don't see aeroplane now.
Tell Mike to use Apaja or Kano could not to return to Nigeria and live for Igbo alone.
So because when you make aeroplane, when you don't turn God. Mentality.
Go back to Nigeria.
The airplane that fly you wherever you are going.
You guys haven't changed. That the same way your forefathers they think. When you bring mirror come, when I go sell the people as slave. When they talk, say, why are you selling your fellow black? They go say, see what you bring come now. See the mirror. Why you don't get your own mirror? When you bring mirror, when you say 140 slaves, okay, give her 40 slaves. That's what you guys think, man. It's today you see them worship.
Why would the father sell his son or his daughter? Is that the problem of you or your personal problem?
One man, please moderate this.
That's what I'm telling you. Is your mentality is bad.
I beg, wait to make one man look less today. All right.
All right. Thank you.
So, forget about this thing.
All right. Thank you, Baba.
Don't say forget, man. The truth they paying you now. What you go talk?
You've had a good go now. So
that the truth is paying.
I go to worship with the white man, Jesus. I go put picture of Jesus for your house. You tell your Jesus, your children are God.
Mike, hold on.
Come on now.
You've had a good go now. I don't think you are saying anything that we've not heard from you. So let Baba Kore continue with his thought because he had the floor. Baba Kore, please rescue us from Mike and his foul mouth and his foul mouth coming here to abuse people. You know,
like one man said, right? Because I'm still going to go back to the same topic anyway. Both black and white, they have their own thing. Right, so we cannot discard one another. There is no doubt white people brought a lot of things like earth, like education, like science, like what one man already said too. But we have been there also for a very long time. It is just that the modern day science they brought it in and they developed on that. But like I said, before white men came, we already had.
Let me interject you for a moment. If and this is to Baba Kore, not to you, Mike. If the black race had not been interrupted by the white person, where do you think we will be now as a race? You and I now. What do you think our situation?
Thank you.
Unbroken.
Thank you, one man.
Right.
We will have been. Even the dominant of the world, that is the fact.
You think so?
I am telling you.
You don't think we will still be fighting tribal wars?
No, woman. That is the problem we have, Seth. They broke up Africa. You hear me? They took some people to Caribbean. They took some people to Argentina. They scatter us. We'll have been one united. You hear me?
They make boundaries.
They broke out into pieces so that we contradict ourselves, and that is what we have right now. I'm not talking.
Before the breakup, do you know the tribal war that we wage against each other?
So the one going on between Ukraine and Russia is not tribal war.
The war you're talking about happens
the one between England versus Germany, no be tribal war. So now only Africa they fight tribal war.
Intra-tribal war. Intra-tribal war.
Everybody fight war. Everybody fight war. Even there was a time that do you remember that US and Canada they were one before, right? Because of the same issue of they are not agreed. That's why they burned. Canada went to White House and burned it down. So let's just forget about the issue of tribal war or whatever we're talking about. I am strongly believe and I convinced that we would have been great. We might not be. We might not be better than. What would have propelled?
What would have propelled our greatness?
Because
what would have moved? Yes. What did we have that would have created the greatness?
One man, we have a lot of things. Honestly, if you read about history, you say you are from Oyo. You're supposed to know. You're supposed to know about Oyo Kingdom. You're supposed to know about Ondo Kingdom. You're supposed to know about Benin Kingdom. All these people, they have their king at that time. You see, we say okay, well they sacrifice a human being, they do this, they do that. as time goes on too, we will have been okay. No, this thing is not right. You hear me?
Why should we have done that? Why should we have done that? There was no reason to do that.
So
we would not have human rights.
Wait, sorry. You said why should we have to done that?
Do you know
because the history they are telling us,
we would have had industrial revolution if they didn't come.
Do you have industrial revolution right now?
Mike, just wait, please. Please. I'm going to answer solely. So now what you are saying now is that because what they told us, because we didn't have the history of white people, what the origin of white people, how they were before. Because you see, we change the issue of Africa and white now and Western world now, because they give us story of ourselves, that this is how we were before, because we didn't get their own secret. I'm not saying that white people didn't do anything in this world, but when you're talking about, I don't really want us to go there. Because
what was the history?
Do they tell us about their own history?
Let's talk about the history that we do know, Babakure. What form of agriculture did we have colonial or Western contact?
We have subsistence farming.
And what were the tools for that?
We use cutlass. We use and thereafter we use what do we call it?
Donkey.
Animal.
Okay.
So one man, my question to you now is that, because I know where you're going to now, right?
Yeah.
So do you want to tell me now that British or American, do you want to tell me that they never use oil to practice the substance agriculture?
That's what I was going to say. During that time, they were using the same thing in Europe.
No, not within the same century space, I don't think.
Yes.
Because they were already using locomotives whilst we were still using
coal. Steam engine. The first steam engine came about in late 1800s. You understand?
And where
the industrialization began.
Hold on. Don't take us to a heavy labor. You said locomotives came about in the 1800s. So where was Africa technologically in the 1800s outside of European
Where was Africa?
Yes, where was the black race?
Listen,
don't go to a heavy labor. Don't do heavy labor.
Listen. The whole world, we're all moving towards advancement at one point. You understand? Now the Europeans started first because they were traveling the world ahead of everybody else.
I said don't go heavy labor. I asked you a direct question now.
But I'm asking your question. When they started the steam engine, they started before us. There's no question.
No. What do you mean before us? As though we were in the race. But when they started,
the whole world was in the race. They interrupted.
Just clear off. If you don't. Why do you always do this now? Do you think
do what? Go ahead.
You ask me a question, then you cut me off and you start saying
no, because I'm asking.
You don't let me land my question.
You are not answering.
No, you are just going to do a heavy labor. I don't.
Which heavy labor? I gotta explain. So you want me to answer the way you want me to answer it?
Just go to the question now. Let me put you the question. You said the hold on. Can you hold on, please? Can you hold on? You said in the 1800s, I have not even checked that, but I'm going by what you've just said. You said they had the locomotives in the 1800s.
They started in the late 1800s.
They started it in the late 1800s. So in that period in time, where was the black Africa? That's the question.
The same where the Chinese were and everybody else. Really? Yes. Europeans started first, and everybody listen. Everybody always, one person will start something first before the others, and the others will look at it, and sometimes the other will take it and get ahead of the person that started it. Wait. The Chinese. Let me land. I'm asking you a question.
Mike,
let me land. Let me answer the question. The Europeans started ahead of as far as the modern industrialization. In fact, it started in England before everybody else.
Where were Africans?
Can I land? Wait till they worry you. May I land? Then I just get to. I know. Anyway, now when they started, everybody, one person always started, just like Egypt started at one point, So England started, the rest of Europe followed. Germany overtook the English. Now the Chinese, the Asians looked at it, the Africans were all looking at it, and we all wanted to start.
Looking at what?
We were looking at what's going on in the world. People like a lot of people, the whole world had seen what's going on. You understand? So now one thing about the difference between the Chinese is today the Chinese is ahead of most European countries in technology, even though they started before the Chinese. In fact, industry, European countries started industrialization before China. Today, China is ahead of them. Now, let me tell you about Africa. The reason why we are where we are and we haven't caught up is because of European constant intervention. For example, as far as the 60s, Antonio Nauro, Awolowo, Kwame Nkrumah was building science academy in fact nuclear science program in Ghana, and Awolowo was planning a science academy program where the top mind brains, the way Europeans were doing in the academy, where they would take the best minds, people who are gifted, naturally gifted in mathematics, science, have that brain, they'll put them into the academy where they will be doing research, and then they will start coming up with technology.
Right.
But those
really
people, waiting now, you don't let me learn. That's what I don't know how woman do this. You just don't like when I want to make sense.
What you are talking about is not what.
But I'm telling you is the reason why we are today is because
you take us a long journey.
Yes,
Babakure, don't accuse me of long journey. When you talk, your journey is so fine.
Don't worry.
Yeah, you won't take your time. But me, I just make statement, and I'm even talking fast so that way I can get it quick. I know one man will never allow me to land anything here. I don't know.
Right,
now, make I land my point. So anyway, the Africans, one thing the Europeans never allow Africans to do is to industrialize, because they know that the minerals, the raw materials for industrialization are mainly in the continent. Every 90, I don't know what percent, but most of you are in the continent, and they know that continent does not need anybody. So they will do everything to interfere to make sure that industrialization doesn't begin. And every African leader that's trying to make that move, they go against them. If they assassinate them or they take them out. Even as late as the 80s, where Thomas Sankara of Burkina Faso wanted started organizing society, say, listen, we need to do things the way these Europeans are doing it. We need to industrialize and advance. They kill him. Awolowo and all those guys, that was their vision. And England make sure those guys don't rule. They make sure they turn about what's his name, NNAMDI, Azikiwe, and the rest of those leaders that are clueless against them. They all over Africa, watching Africa, making sure these continents does not industrialize. And this same Igbo is who you guys are coming here to praise. They are the ones you guys are coming here to worship. Are you serious? You are putting Jesus Christ in your house, a white man. I'm telling your children that that's God. Are you serious?
No, sorry. I just want to move away from that topic because Mike doesn't get the point, but he will continue to just get aggressive.
No, you guys don't get the point.
All right, let's just get back to Babakura. It's only you that gets the point.
We did not see.
All right, we're talking about religion because that is where we go to all these routes. Go to Maiduguri from Kafanja to Gongola State, from Gongola State to
Gongola to Accra,
to China.
So let's put that aside anyway. Religion is a very funny thing in Nigeria. Though religion is something for your spiritual growth, it helps people. But the way Nigerian people take it is to different levels. So, and the pastors are like. So that is my take on that. Most of this new generation churches, they are also, most of them are Yahoo boys. So there is no difference between those who run a laptop, either Yahoo Plus or ordinary Yahoo. With this new generation, most of these new generation pastors.
All right, thank you, Babakure. So, Babakure, finally, let me take you to this space. It's just a short little story, but very loaded. Fourth Mainland Bridge. Lagos selects 3 companies in final stage. Contracts to be awarded in March 2022. So, we're just talking about infrastructure and how Lagos State is slowly pulling together to be that marquee state that a lot of people have always wanted it to be. So what are you then making then of that fourth, much needed, anticipated fourth mainland bridge?
Thank you very much, woman. Lagos State deserve as many bridges as they can get, at least to reduce all this traffic headache in Lagos State. I'm not going to castigate stone to Sanwo-Olu, and at the same time, I'm going to castigate stone to him. Why is it now they just mentioning this? Why they have not even started a few years back? Right? Because that is because everything happened so fast. Now you know that okay, well, election is coming now. Then you are. He mentioned in a statement today in newspaper that he's not going to like force himself or campaign for himself. That his work will campaign for him, something like that nature. That if he deserves second time, Lagos State Lagos State citizen will see what he has done, what he has achieved, and they will decide if they want to let him go for the second time or not. So if he has this plan when he was in maybe first year or second year, or he start doing that, I wouldn't have having any problem with him, but not when the election is coming. It is good for you to award contract or to have it in place. The whole way we want to do this. It is another thing for that money not to be used. I mean, to be used for election that is on the way coming. Remember, you mentioned here a few days back that Alpha Beta something was increased. Maybe
from 800 to 2.5 billion monthly.
Exactly, monthly. So, how could that be justified? So the same thing applicable to the issue of Third Mainland Bridge. I'm not saying Lagos does not deserve that, but the timing of all this, it is too close to election.
Is that not fair enough though? That's just politics, isn't it? I mean, they will use everything to to cajole the people.
Exactly, but who told you that they are going to build it in the next 5 years or even 10 years? So they just say that to that they are doing something. But if he does it before he left, and I doubt, because it's not, unless if it is just culvert they're talking about, because bridge is not something that they can just build. They can just build in 1 year and just forget about it. So if they want to do it, there's nothing wrong in that. If they truly mean it, and Lagos State really deserve that, because it is a very congested place.
That Sanwo-Olu guy is a polarizing figure. A lot of people don't give him the time of day, but some people rate him highly. This is what Alexander Gomez is saying. He says Sanwo-Olu has been a decent governor, in my opinion, although a Tinubu stooge. So how do you rate him, Sanwo-Olu? You know, a lot of people seem to rate him. A lot of people seem to dismiss him. But where do you fall in that divide, Babakwe?
Well, honestly, one man, I don't really like Nigerian politicians. So I'm very sorry. I am not I'm not a Lagosian. I only come to Lagos, get out of the place, and then come in and get out to my state. So I don't really in support of any politician, whatever they do, because they are not truthful. That is why I'm not really interested in them. Right? If they are doing 90% of what they promise us, or if they do it on time, or they continue consistently doing that, not because of something is coming, or because election is coming and you want to. So all these things, that's why I cannot really give them. I cannot rate them. I cannot give anything for them.
All right, thank you.
Even the same in my states, those states.
F9 to everybody.
They are not my fan, because in as much when he first got to power, he consistently paying salary. I told them at that time, I said, you guys don't know politicians. Just wait, let him pay you for 6 months. not even quite 1 year. My prophecy came to pass. That was when he started paying them half. It got to a time when it got a time where it started owing them. Now it is 35% now paying them now, and the last salary they received now was July last year.
Oh,
and they paid them 35% in December. So one of my friends that is earning 56,000 in a month got 90,000 naira. So and you want him to rate them? I'm not going to rate any of them, because I don't like Nigerian politicians anyway. Until when they turn that country better, until then I will praise them that okay, they are doing something. I'm not praising somebody that is doing a little thing out of 100, out of 110 that he promised us, and is doing 1/4 of it, and you want me to praise them or give them pass mark or give them a rating. I'm not rating any of them.
All right, thank you, Baba Akure. So this is the level of comic book arguments that we're contending with. This is Ihazon. It says, one man, when the Portuguese came to Benin Republic, he meant to say, so when they came to Benin Republic, they said it was better than any city in Europe. That was in the 1300s. And then he goes on to add, Benin City had electricity in the 1300s with palm oil. You see, this is the rubbish that we have to contend.
No, it's not rubbish, one man. It is not rubbish.
They had electricity in the 1300s. Electricity.
But the man mentioned palm oil.
One man, you know, I've not been speaking since. You know, don't say that. Electricity was a standard. It was a standard city.
No. That's not electricity. That's candle.
Let's go.
That's a candle now. It's oil
What
and
if the guy was just being nice?
You know, it's oil and wick now. Oil
That's
and
in the called Tilly, yes.
All over.
Tilly. It's not
Europe,
electricity.
we're talking of Europe anywhere at that time too. They use candle, the same candle. So
yeah, but it's not electricity now. It's telling us they had electricity in the 1300s.
It was Ogusho. They used Ogusho. They lied to
Exactly,
Ogusho.
that's the right word.
Ogusho, no. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ṣe máa pe Ogusho ní electricity.
So were you guys there to confirm if they didn't have electricity or not? Were you there? How did you know they didn't have it?
No. We did say it's nuclear powered now.
That was not electricity.
How do you know there's not a possibility that Africa was advanced? Even all these things you are saying today.
My brother, that is not electricity. What that guy described there is not electricity.
Well, you were not there to know whether it was or not. So you can't just discard it.
It has no
Portuguese quoted.
It has no circuit and it has no.
That's what the Portuguese quoted. They said it's not electricity. So respect it. It's only Africa go deny the African man to do something good.
Whatever that you produce that gives you energy without a circuit, it's not electricity, bro.
Vin, wait.
Were you there?
Yes, sir.
Mike, where was the lab where that electricity?
No, it's a nonsense.
Was that there back then? So why are you asking me?
Let's hear from Charles. Yeah, Charles, you wanted to come in.
I want to explain to you why Mike is why you guys.
Go to it.
Why Africans are dumb. Africans are dumb. Don't Africa dumb.
Okay.
White people used to steal the private Africa. Do you know some of the French countries are taking money from Africa? Come on, man. What is this rubbish you're talking about?
All
the
right.
Africa were enslaved and shipped to America. Enslaved and shipped.
All right.
Come on, man.
All right. But what Ihazon was describing as electricity is no real invention. It's the sparking of some form of. They had. And to strike two stones together to spark a light, they had that.
Yes.
And that light falls on a wick and it continues to burn. And then they are able to then put it on a stick to light up a space.
But is that what the Portuguese described? Was that what the Portuguese described?
No. That was.
Yeah, just give us your own imagination.
Hold on. That's my own imagination. What the Portuguese actually described was that they saw nuclear plants all over Edo land in 1300s. That is what they saw.
Are the Nigerians living in darkness today? No, it was just lamp. Like a janitor, but the streets were laid out, good layout, everything was well organized. That's what the Portuguese say. Not electricity. You have to remember when electricity was discovered not quite long ago.
Tony, here's a good example.
Can I say something?
Here's a good example. The same thing China is doing to Africa is why Africa is dumb. China taking over Africa, and Africans are dumb. You see?
All right.
You see what that is calling us dumb? Because you listen to you guys, call yourself dumb. You listen to the elders, call themselves dumb all the time. That's why he's talking like that,
All right.
That's young man,
All right, let me just move on to Ajale Koko because I think we are never really going to conclude on that space. We all know what Mike is like. But Ajale Koko, to you, and let me take you to the Tinubu space. So it's rinse and repeat. Not everything changes but remains the same. This is the story of the Nigerian space. Permanently in hospital Buhari, Tinubu now, his signals to that process again. Tinubu now in the United Kingdom getting his booster jabs. But then, of course, his presidency, what is the expectation of the back of that?
The expectation is that we're going to have transition of power from a sick man to an unhealthy man. So that is what we should expect. And you see, we are in a big mess in that country. It is clear to every one of us now. It is not news. This is what we can see with our naked eyes, that this man is unhealthy. This man is sick. And if we are a country that have a working press, a media that really work for the people of that country, they would have been able to bring it to the whole nation that this man have been to London for a medical treatment. So his political associate are saying he went for consultation. What is it? Political consultation or medical consultation, or what are they saying? One man.
It's just that language, isn't it?
Yeah, they just say consultation.
Yes.
You see, it's just we don't have a media that work for people of that country. And in a democracy where you don't have a functioning media, it's just like it's as good as to describe it as no democracy. Democracy cannot function in any society or in any country well when you don't have a strong media that speak up for the people, that work for the people. They would have been able to investigate and get the fact and put it out there for everybody to see. Because this man is pursuing the number one position. The nation is dying. He is going to take number one position. That number one position is a position of a surgeon coming into theater to save the life of a dying patient. That is the position of whoever that is going to take over from this Buhari, because Buhari has already killed that country. The nation is dying, is bleeding seriously, and it needs somebody, a leader that is really committed, that is energetic, that is healthy, that will be at work for not less than 16 hours every day, because that nation needs urgent rescue right now. But if we have another person that's going to be sick today, stand up tomorrow, sick another day, we won't have a functioning nation. We won't have a nation that can progress. We will keep on falling, and we'll keep on degenerating, and we'll keep on dying. The economy of that nation is in a mess. And this particular administration we have want to continue borrowing. They cannot stop the borrowing. They cannot stop the borrowing. At the moment, they are trying to get loan for NNPC, another $5.3 billion loan for NNPC at this 11th hour. So what do they want to do with that money? They said they want to use it to put the refinery back to shape. So
they have secured it already at Jelly Coco.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They've already secured the loan. So and that loan will constitute about 17.5 percent of the annual budget of the country. So, and they cannot stop. They are not going to stop. So, and the subsidy will continue, and more loan will continue. So we have a country that has been debt. The country is under slavery, debt slavery. So to take it out of that slavery, it's going to be a hard work for everybody, not only the politician, but we, the people, have to come there and make the right choice. So this man is signifying to us now that he's sick, is not healthy. But I'm telling you, politicians will continue to package him. They don't care. All what they care for is what they want to grab. They don't mind him to get there and sick today and sick tomorrow, why nothing will function. As long as they can get their own bread and they can continue to loot, it's okay for them. That is the way Nigerian politicians are. They don't care about that country. So, but it's left for the people to really see it well and make the right decision and not be tribal and not play tribal politics and not play any form of sentiment, religious sentiment, tribal sentiment, and all these things. It cannot work for us. This man is sick. He's not the one that can do the job. He's really, really sick. Woman.
Yeah, thank you, Adan Lekoko. But really, that is not the point, though, Adan Lekoko. This guy is visibly sick to everybody. You don't have to be a medical doctor to see that this is not a well man. And I don't think they are pushing too hard to tell us that is well, even though Joe Igbokwe was telling us that he's fitter than most of. So we know that he's sick, and they've not really denied that he is sick, but they've told us that he wants to be the president, and there is nothing in the gap between him and that seat that we see as a real obstacle to that. So he's going to be president by default because people will just part the way for him to go to that seat. So this is a real thing around our neck within the Nigerian space. You know, a visibly sick man, a man of an indeterminate age, a verilous looter, extremely corrupt, you know, who slurs his words, unsteady, unstable, and this guy says he's going to be president, and every likelihood is that he will be. You know, we come here and we say the people should gather and form force, but that will not happen. As Baba Akure already told us, there are youths already rallying to clamor for this guy. The state governors are holding his hands up, and essentially, it will take some doing for this guy not to be the president. It will take some doing. Can you see? Yeah. So and this is no different. So now, essentially, now what's just that 8 plus 8, 16. So we have 16 years of just this kind of governance, because the politics that is playing is already playing the same politics of, you know, the tried and trusted, the money bags, you know, the campaign thing, they're handing out our recharge cards. So it's the same politics. So if it's the same politics, you can't then at the end of it expect a different result. So it looks as though we are in an intractable situation. We are held by our neck and there's no wriggling out. And the Nigerian populace, they're just like fatalists. They are in abject surrender and they are ready to die that slow death. The slow death of Nigeria is what we're seeing with this guy taking his booster shots in London.
You are right. The nation, I mean, the country is dying slowly. And like I said earlier, the only man that can make it possible for him to get that ticket is Buhari. If Buhari come out strongly in support of him, nothing can stop him in that party. He will clinch the ticket of that party. And once that is achieved, it his chance is very bright of becoming the next president of the country. We cannot rule that out. His chance is bright of becoming the next president once he attains the ticket. So it's going to be either him or from PDP, whoever that we have in PDP. But it's left for we the people to see it as we have seen it, to stand up and stop him. If Buhari is trying to make it possible for him to attain that position, we the people should stop him, because this man is terribly sick. He cannot do the job, and is in real problem. And it's not. We don't want to go through another time of a sick man to hear the nation. When the leader is sick, it will definitely affect the country badly. That is why you see the country where we live in here, the annual check of the president, they check it and they know that it's really fit for the job, it's fit mentally, and it's physically fit. If anything is wrong with him, it's mental stability, no, they won't let him lead them. So, but in the case of ours, everything is hidden. We don't know. We don't. There's no.
A lot of what is happening is just mirroring Buhari, because if this guy becomes president, his handlers will go and hide him away the way Buhari's handlers hid him away, and they continue to sustain his health. Because a lot of people are apprehensive that what you will get with Tinubu is a Yadua type situation. So his handlers, they will know that as well. So they will try their level best that they don't get a Yadua situation. So they'll go and hide him away, make sure that he's as inactive as possible, speak on his behalf, and pump him with medication, which is what we had from 2015 till date. Some guy that was just convalescing in drinking a Akamu in Aso Rock as the country imploded. So we're only hopeful that they will get enough decent. Maybe if the Yorubas are in charge, maybe we'll get something better. But certainly, it's just another worry.
That is why other aspirants in the race should go out there as well and make a loud noise, serious noise, and carry out propaganda seriously against him. His health issue is a problem to that country. He must not be allowed to lead that country, because if he attained that position of leadership, some people will say, oh, he's very good at searching talent. He can surround himself with the best men. He's the best man that we do. Look, the number one person, the leader take the lead. That is why they call him leader. He take the lead and other will follow. When the leader is not there, when they can't see the leader in the front, those that surround him won't have that coordination will not be there, and everybody will just be doing as they like. And what will happen to the country when you don't have coordination, you don't have a leader that will coordinate and put them on the right direction, the way he feel or he wants the direction he wants to take the country, and the leader is not there. So that means the country will just be perambulating. They won't have a sense of direction. They won't have no plan to pursue. They won't have any good thing to do for the nation. So the people of that country, particularly the middle class, they have a responsibility to save that country now. If they want to sit by, the country will collapse on them, and they will suffer most, because they're going to lose their job. When they lose their job, those are the banking and other insurance and other good positions, they think they are good. They don't care about the common man, the common people, that their school, their children go to public school, they feel their own children are in private school, they can go to some good hospital that they feel is better than general hospital. once they lose their job, they will come down to the same level as that poor man, and they will be worse off. So it is time for them to stand up and stop.
But is there any indication that they want to, or they can, or they will? Is there any indication that the middle class in Nigeria wants to move?
I think so. I think they're looking for change, but they have not seen the right person. And this time around, they don't have to wait for the right person to come. They have to come in and do what is right. And what is right to do is to come out and vote overwhelmingly against these criminals that are parading themselves as the leader that are working hard to assume
Do you
the
think the
position.
middle class should present themselves to politics? Because you're saying vote, and I'm thinking that who then do they vote for? So we can park the Shores and the Utomi, because we've done that endlessly. But should we actually have the middle class now come into politics, as contenders, as movers, rather than just as voters or people, it's very easy to talk a good game, isn't it? And they all go on all these television panels to describe the marvelous country. So rather than describe it, why don't you actualize it? Do we need the middle class to seize the political space to rescue that country? Do we need their participation as contenders?
Yes, we need their participation. It is the civic responsibility of everybody in that country to vote or come out to be voted. It's their civic responsibility to vote. And the way it is now, these people are driving down this country. They have one country and no other country. If they love their country and if they want to save their country and the future of their children, they need to come out en masse and vote against these people. And some of them that are interested in any political position that they feel they have that what it takes, the wherewithal, the knowledge, know-how, whatsoever that you want to think about to participate, they can come out and participate as well. They don't need to go to any one of the APC or PDP.
Exactly.
They need to go to, yes, we have some other party. They need to go and jump into it. And then we have technology. That was what Showred used that time. Showred came and used technology to ravage them. He used technology to ravage them. We can use it. We don't need to be doing the politics the way these people are doing it. They can use technology.
Ajanle Koko, this is the one thing that I've been again all this while, that, there has to be a real champion, because now you say they have to go and vote against the status quo, which we all agree the status quo has to be wiped out of the scene for Nigeria to progress. So they need to go and vote against the status quo, but there is nobody to vote for if you removed the status quo. So we need a real champion, not just one, but at least about 3, 4, 5 political arguments that sharply, chimes with the Nigerian person. So we need political arguments that deviate from the political arguments that we have in Nigeria now. A new paradigm to be presented that Nigerians can identify with, and that they can then, rally behind, safely. And we need champions. We need real young champions to come through. And we don't have that. So there's a real chasm between these octogenarians and septuagenarians and all the genarians, and then the divorcing mass. There's it's just a desert between Buhari, Atiku, Tinubu, and then what happens next. Because that space is never going to be filled by the likes of Shore is a busted flush. We can because it's just being ringed through the mill too. So where is the there's nothing to vest hope upon. It's really my frustration.
Let me tell you one man. You see, the problem of that country is very complex. The middle class we are talking about, particularly those at the top level of businesses in that country, the people leading the corporate world, corporate entities in that country, they have, how do I put this? They work hand in hand with this politician. So you cannot see them coming out strongly to voice out against them, because they believe these politicians have cornered all the resources, and whoever that want to do something against their interests, they can come after that person and bring that person down. So people are scared up there too to take action, a noticeable action that will show that they are against the interests of politicians. So everybody is stepping back, except some few ones like Party Tomi that is coming out and trying to make offer himself as a better alternative to these people. So, but what we need to do is to have these people coming together as a group and come out to show to everybody in that country and speak particularly to the middle class. They can move the middle class if they come out and say, look, it is time to save this country. We have to vote a different way this time. And some of them should now go and join a different party so that people can really understand the direction they are moving towards. And people, the middle class particularly, can then jump into that space and then offer themselves as a better alternative to that, against these people.
Do you not think somebody like Pato Tomi is a product of the system as well? Is he not just part of the system as well?
He's not really a politician that we can call a part of the system. I mean, he's a technocrat, and he has really distinguished himself as a man of integrity in business and in training of high top executive in economics and all the rest of it. But he has been doing his best. He has offered himself several times. Even in his state, the politician robbed him. They couldn't even sell the form for him to contest for governorship of Delta State. And he was one of those that
yes, it was an APC man, just
he
as
was an
early
APC
as
man. He was one of
2019.
those that he was one of those that formed APC, but they scheme him out because these politicians, they are crook, they are rogues. So the most corrupt person.
Yeah, come in.
Okay.
You know what I'm thinking, right? Honestly, I think because I can use this PDP example. I think the easiest way for the right people to take over, to be honest, is for all of them to just get and start joining APC and PDP. Honestly, the people that know how to, they can make change. Because the reason why I say that is because if you remember how PDP was created, right? It was created by Obasanjo and Ekweme and those people, right? But today, the people that took over the party from them were not people that they were part of their. Besides Atiku, like people like Wike and the rest of them, I mean, they were not part of the people that created the party, but somehow they are the one in charge of the party today,
Will
And I just think, to be honest, I think the problem in Nigeria is people that are standing up to rush into that politics are like criminals. They are looking for ways to become rich, and the people that are actually born to actually make changes, they are reluctant to go and join politics. So I think that's where the problem fundamentally is, So I think those they have what it takes to change our society. They just need to wake up and involve themselves in the politics. And unfortunately, the few that are doing it like the show rest, unfortunately, they don't want to associate themselves with those main parties. But if I were advised, the shortcut to get there is to join a party and just take over from the criminals.
Yes, you are right. I think we have said that here before, Mike, that we have a mass bank of youth in Nigeria. They say 70% under 40. So if they're all en masse, depending on their political ideology, join these major parties, they will very, very quickly overrun it and just seize those parties from them. And you are right. The quickest route to taking the country is via these two parties. So going to
Yes.
form AAC is good
And one man.
ideologically.
Yes,
It
can I
looks good.
One
interject?
man.
Yeah.
Can I interject? But
Yeah,
these
let Ajan
parties
Coco
will,
like it. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
okay.
One,
These
No, I think he has
parties will
given you
not,
the floor. Yeah, go on.
okay.
these parties will not let them enter, because I think for
Why
you to
not?
enter these parties, you have to have a representative that will be able to bring you in. They know that these people want to come and change things for the better. So why would they allow them to enter the party?
I don't know.
I don't
Solely
think so.
is
I
right.
don't think they pay
So
attention
hold on,
to
hold
whether they are
on.
coming
They
secret or
do.
not.
They do pay attention.
Solely
How would they know?
is right.
Unless you are challenging them, that's the only way.
Okay,
But
let
if
me
you
tell
humble
you,
yourself and
Solely
just
is
know
right.
it.
Solely is right.
Okay,
The
let
people in
me
charge of
give
the
an example.
party. No,
Okay,
hold on. Let me say
okay, go
this.
ahead.
Solely is right. If they can do it to what is known this man party told me that was part of them that formed that party. If they can do it, if they can deny him
But how do you
to
know they
obtain
deny it?
form,
Oh,
look,
I don't
they
know. I'm just
deny
asking, man.
party
I don't know
Tony.
too much.
I'm just telling you, they deny him from obtaining form to contest for governorship election. That should tell you a lot that these politicians in that party, they have the control of the party in their hand, and it is those people that they want, that they will give the candidacy for any position whatsoever. So new people coming in large number and come and join them, you can't change anything because they won't give you a chance. The structure of the party is in their hand. It is not free. It is everything. The way they run the party is not transparent.
So the people that were running PDP in '99, are they the ones still running it today?
That is not the issue. That is
No.
that
I
is
mean,
not.
it is the issue because you're saying they won't allow you to.
Yeah, they won't allow.
I mean,
Let me tell you, if you go in now, and you say you come in, you want to register. Okay, they can allow you to register. Register. When it comes to you have thousands of people you brought into the party. Fine, they don't mind. When it comes to election, you obtain form. You want to contest primary. They will set up committee to screen. They will say they want to screen your certificate. They want to screen everything, and from that screening, they will drop you that you are not qualified to contest.
Yes.
What are you going to do?
So no,
if
I'm
you
not.
want to
Listen, I
That
think you
is one of
misunderstand
the.
me. I'm not
That's
saying.
one of the. That was one
Let
of
me
the
just respond real
process.
quick. Wait,
Because
let me
they
respond
are
real
the
quick.
one. They are the one that will constitute that committee, and they know the candidate that they want to select and impose on people. So that is the way that's the way it is done. So they won't allow any newcomer. They know you as a newcomer. They know themselves.
Yeah,
And
you
another
come as a
They
thing is that
newcomer.
control
You
the
play your role.
executive
You
of the
play your
party.
position as a newcomer. You don't start challenging them as a newcomer. You have to be
so you
strategic.
wait
That's the
for how
point.
long?
But now,
How long
listen.
are you going to wait?
Well, let me listen. What's his name? People like Sonwolu, like people like Sonwolu, Fashola, those guys. I'm not saying they are the best or anything like that, but for a fact, we know that they are better than most of the other ones, like those useless ones, because this one are actually trying to do something. But the way they came in, they didn't come in to start challenging Tinubu like, we are running against you. They humble themselves, right? They just allow the man to
No, they
be
are
in
with
charge.
Tinubu. They were
But
with
once,
Tinubu from day one.
yeah,
They
that's
were
what I'm
with
saying. They are with
Tinubu
him.
from
They are
day
with
one.
him. They joined, but they didn't start challenging the power. They didn't start challenging Tinubu's authority and things like that.
You
But
don't
guess what?
understand. It's
But
Tinubu's
guess
people
what?
that brought these people.
Let
It's
me
Tinubu's
land.
people
Wait,
that allowed these
this guy like
people.
to
If
cut
it's
him your
you
mouth.
that you
Mike,
come
it's
on
not
your
easy
own,
like that.
they will
Oh,
But
you
never
think
give
Ajane
it's
you a
Gogo,
easy?
I'm
chance.
going somewhere. I'm
They
going
will
somewhere.
never give you a chance.
They allow Tinubu to use them. They kind of play Ombu. But when Tinubu passed away,
that brought them
but let me learn now. What did they do this guy, man? Chill. Now Tinubu is in his old age now. When Tinubu passes away, guess what? It's easy for someone like Fashola to just say, "Come, you guys remember me now? I'm the one, to just take over from his position." You understand? Because they kind of put themselves in that umbrella where they are visible. They allow him to. They were humble. They allow him to be their governor and things like that. He put them, make them governors, make them, senators, all those things. And they know once he passed away, they can use that his legacy to take over. So I'm saying it's not going to be something overnight. But what I'm saying is, if like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, the people they're actually good were actually just joining and just not to trying to grab power from them, but just to make themselves visible. Eventually, over time, they will be the one to take over from these guys because they're all getting old. Buhari is old. Tinubu is getting old. In the next 10 years, all these guys they all pass away. You understand? So
Mike,
that's what I'm saying.
Let me tell you the way it works. When you join party, you have to align with some groups in that party. They have caucuses in the party. Is it Tinubu caucus or the opposition in the party you want to join? You have to align with the caucus.
That's what I'm saying. Just align with the most powerful one.
If you don't want to align, hold on. If you don't want to align with the caucus, that means you want to form your own caucus. And if you join the caucus, whatever the caucus want you to do is what you have to abide with. So if you want to fight Tinubu and you join APC and you align with his caucus, that means you're going to work under Tinubu. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now start from there.
Now, if you are working under Tinubu, how would you be able to change anything? You can't change nothing.
But you don't get my point. You don't get my point. You don't get my point. Tinubu is old. Buhari is old.
Forget about Tinubu. Even
listen,
the people
now,
that are there.
You don't get my point.
The people that are there, they have second in command. They have third. They have hierarchy of command there. I mean, how do I say it? They have a command structure there. And you newcomer, you have to be far behind. You are not coming from a newcomer to jump into the front. It's not possible. They don't do it like that. So it's going to be very possible. I mean, it's going to be very impossible to join any one of the party and you think you're going to overturn things against them. Forget about it.
Not against them. You take over from them. They are getting old. So you take over. That's what I'm saying. When these guys, they will all die very soon. Why can't they?
Children there.
Listen, why can't if someone like the Shore, for example, if Shore would have just joined like APC, right, or PDP, and just keep his momentum, but not challenging them and things like that, in the next, all this energy what they cannot put in, wait for Shore to put in now. In the next 10 years, when Buhari, Tinubu of them pass away, you already imagine yourself among the party. You can easily just be the next guy. You understand now? You can easily just be the next guy. When the Wicked joined PDP, it wasn't too long ago now, but it was under the shadow when the main guys like Obasanjo were still running store. They were in charge. But those guys, they've retired from the space. Guess what? He's the one in charge now. He's the main guy now. Who knew who Wicked was? And then,
question like
nobody knew he was now, but today he's like the main guy in PDP now. He's like one of the powerful guys.
How do you know somebody
he joined them? But if Wike would have started his own party, like Shore is doing and challenging the
PDP. No, you don't know the history of Wike. Wike was one of Peter Odili boys. And Amici and all of them, they are all Peter Odili boys.
Now you're making my point. But he took over from them. He's more powerful than them today, isn't it?
What are you talking? He has been part of them since day one. Wike has been part of the party since day one. He didn't just come from heaven.
But when he was, that's what I'm making. But when he was part of them, he was under. He was beneath them. But today he's above them.
You don't understand the way political party.
What might get my point now?
That is why you are talking like this.
I do get your point that they come in like stealthily. So they first come in small thing, and then they overwhelm the place over a period of time. And then by virtue of time that these people will age out, by the time they've aged out, they come into their own paradigm. But that's more. We need a more immediate and more potent.
But that's difficult, man. That's even more difficult. You have to be patient to get things done sometime.
Yeah.
If you want to be patient, you have to be patient for years.
But if the good people don't join PDP, if the good people don't start joining APC and PDP, it's the if
they
only
don't
bad
have
people
to
keep joining
join
them, those bad people
PDP
really want
and
to take over
APC.
when these old ones are gone. So
Good people don't need to join PDP. And if you are a good person, you join any one of them, they will turn you to a bad person. You can't be any good among
well,
them.
it's your choice if you want to be bad, but if you are
can't
smart,
be
if
any
you are just a woman say use stealth and you know.
Oh, they do over join mafia.
I don't think anyone can corrupt me. I can join them just.
Look at you. You can't join them
anyway,
and be good. You can never be good among them.
Mike,
you can't do
you want
anything
to
good. You
discuss.
have any
What if they
vision,
give you
we'll see
better
now
vision,
when
they will
PDP
strike
and
you
APC
What
keep
if
down.
they
ruling for
give
the
you
next 30
mission,
years?
Mike? Since you are doing stealth mode, what if they give you mission? You will now not do the mission. Then you blow your cover.
You know, what you said, Solly, is something we have discussed here before. That you cannot get hold of any meaningful power in Nigeria without sullying your hands.
You
So
can.
you have to do something
Yes.
dirty. And by the time you've done all the dirty things that will get you the candidacy and then get you that seat, then you cannot really be you'll
You
be too
cannot stand up
dirty to
against
be
them.
you'll be too dirty to be of any good anymore.
Okay, let me put it this way. But one man, if you're a competent person, if you're a competent person, you know what it takes to fix the country, do things, do the right thing, get the country right direction. Now you're telling me that if you join this guy involved in their dirty things and you do dirty things, but then when you eventually get to the top after doing your dirt, right? After doing your dirty job, you finally get to the top. Are you now saying you no longer be competent to get the things done? Things that
No. All the things.
let me ask
Hold
you a
on,
question.
Solly. Hold on, Solly. All the things that you have said, that you have done to get to that space, Mike, will frustrate you. So let's
In what
actually
sense?
now let's put a pathway to that thing. Let's use a governorship. You want to be a governor. You are well intended. A good example is Adams Oshomole, but let's leave him aside. You want to be a governor and you're well intended. You are some social conscience type of do-gooder sort of person with a brain. So you all of that mixed. Saludo another thing now that we're watching. So you go in, but by the time you want to get that thing, they will say you need a godfather to even get the ticket. So you have to go and get your godfather, who is a corrupt person. For that godfather, for you to get that ticket now, because the governorship is a prize that everybody's after. The godfather will have to remove some people, either remove them by virtue of eliminating them from earth or corrupting them out of it. You have to do some dirty something to even get you that candidature. So you get that candidature and then you're up in election. There's two juggernaut parties contending against each other, PDP, APC. So the PDP, they are armed heavily. The APC, they are armed heavily with thugs. You are the PDP something. Your people are going to paint your post to put your posters all over the state, and they are coming back to report that they were beaten up, some of them were killed, and their bosses burnt down. Very quickly, you come to the realization that you need your own thugs too. So you get your thugs. So your thugs then they clash with these people, body count after body count after body count. And then of course, then there are political structures that are held by people. The Yalojas, they have their group. The motor park people, they have their group. The meat sellers, they have their group. All of these people, they love your lofty ideas, but they don't care about your lofty ideas. They want to know the content of your wallet. So you have to go and get that content of wallet. You don't have money, so you have to get money from Mr. Big. And Mr. Big, of course, is a looter and a criminal. So by the time you've gone all through all that pathway to end on that seat, you have been so solid. You're obliged to Godfather. You're obliged to the Yaloja
Not
system.
necessarily.
All of the people that you have killed to get to that spot. You cannot then just jettison all of that and then say you're still a good. All of those things will come back
What
and haunt
about
that seat.
Oshomole?
All
What's
of
the
those
money?
things will come back and haunt you. Your
Haunt
hands
what?
will just be too dirty.
Once you get to the
By the time,
power, man, you
yeah.
can do your thing. How do you explain
But
the
Mike,
Obaseki
I have a
Oshomole
question.
situation?
Mike, I have a question.
Who was Obaseki's
How do
godfather?
you
Wasn't it
know?
Oshomole? When Obaseki got there, he wanted to do his thing. Oshomole was against it. Well, you already got power. You understand? So that's what I'm saying.
Mike,
Once you get your power, that's it. Now you can clean your hand and
Mike,
get rid of all those.
Mike.
Ambode is another good example. He got the power, he crossed the Godfather, and they just swiped him off.
Yes, but Mike, I have a question. Okay, you are saying do this, do that. How do you know that? With your theory, how do you know that Tinubu is not doing the same exact thing that you are saying others should do?
What thing is that?
You
Do
said
what you can to get to the post and then do good.
yes. How do you know Tinubu is not doing that?
And I think that you know
Well,
what you said.
I mean, we say it's
think that,
obvious
by
that
the
it's
way.
not. He wasn't. I mean, you guys say it's
How
not
is it
competent, right?
obvious? How is it obvious? How would you know?
Well, if I don't know, I don't know. You can't say. Did I say I know? I mean, you're accusing me of saying I know. You know, I never say I knew whether the man was competent in the beginning or not.
But do you support Tinubu or not?
No, I don't support any of these people, man. I don't think they're
Mike
competent.
doesn't care about any of that.
Then what you're saying does not correlate because
Correlates.
No, he's saying it as an academic exercise.
Like that.
Yeah.
But the moment I said Tinubu, you said you don't support. But how?
What do you mean? What is your point? I don't get your points. What is your argument against me?
You said you are looking for somebody to go through all the
okay, let me just.
Well, man, let him land now, please. Now I'm trying to get it. Go ahead.
Okay, I don't think it will though. But carry on.
You said you want somebody that will go through all the mede, all the dirty games just to get to the final spot, right? And what I asked you is, do you support Tinubu? Because Tinubu seems to be doing the exact same thing, and you don't know if he just wants to get to the final spot to do the right thing. But you don't support Tinubu, but you want a man like that. How does it?
Did I ever say I want a man like that? I think one man is right, man.
Huh? That's what you just said. How do you know Tinubu is not a man like that?
One man, what's this guy saying, man?
Right, I did say let me explain what he's saying to you, but you said you
go ahead. I thought you wanted to move on.
No, both of you don't actually understand what you are saying. So you see, what Mike is saying is just as an academic exercise. Mike doesn't especially care for all of these people, but he's saying just as an academic exercise, that is the pathway that is possible. But what Solly is saying is that that scenario that I just described, that somebody that goes through all of that dirty route to get to that power to effect change, that person can also be Tinubu because this seems to be his journey. But what Solly is saying, I also, that's my instinct about Tinubu, by the way, Solly, what you just said, that guy fundamentally, he wants to and can do good and is doing everything he can to get to that power. And then when he gets that power, he will make the decision on who he's going to be.
Okay, let's assume. Let's assume that that's what Tinubu is doing. Like he's going to all the dirty things to gain that power. But if in fact Tinubu is actually competent, but that we haven't known, we don't know. You only see his dirty game because he's playing his dirty game. If actually in fact he is competent to turn things around, then when he actually gets to that point, what will stop him from not turning things around?
No, nothing will stop him.
Exactly. So that's exactly my point.
But Tinubu is a peculiar and a unique sort of character, and the presidency also is a unique space. But in every other space, and by the way, that Buhari is held hostage by so many vested interests. You are still held hostage by his clansmen, his tribesmen, all of the people that the military wing, that all of the people that secure his presidency.
No, I don't think so. The only people that secure his presidency was Tinubu
No, even his wife said so. That his presidency is not his.
Come on now, this man ran 4 times now. Are you serious? Until he formed an alliance with Tinubu so he's saying the Babangidas and all those people were part of it. Why did they help him?
No. Are you
saying
Tinubu is holding Buhari in power?
No, Tinubu played a role. Why you
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. That Buhari is held hostage by the people who hold him in power, the people who secure his presidency.
I don't think so.
Hostage. Okay,
I don't think so.
Why not?
Because I don't think he's answering to Tinubu and those guys.
No, not Tinubu now. Is it Tinubu that is?
That's the only person. That's the only person. Besides those guys,
is it Tinubu that is securing Buhari's presidency?
That secured him to win. It was Tinubu
no, not to win. Now I'm talking about his presidency.
Oh, securing it?
Yes. Who is securing his presidency?
Securing Tinubu. Are you saying Buhari's presidency?
Yes.
How can somebody be securing a president? You already there. You already got power.
2015 till date.
Oh yeah. He's playing a role in the politics of APC, of course. The party politics. Everybody.
Let me answer my question because
the party will always play the party politics. It doesn't mean they're playing the president's politics.
Let me answer my question. The people securing Buhari's presidencies are one, the Fulani bloc, that's one, the religious bloc, that's two, the military, which he just pumps a lot of money at them just to hold them steady, that's three. and then the entire northern structure that is 4. So that is what is holding Buhari up. It's not his singular power that is holding him up. It's all of this vested interest.
So if he goes against this interest, what will happen? What will happen to him if he goes against them?
It will fall.
Fall out? In what sense?
He will not be president. Buhari never
No. After winning the second term, what will happen? And he decided to do the right thing.
Okay, let me give you an example. You remember Lawal Dawara or Lawan Dawara that was sacked by Oshibanjo?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know why he was sacked?
Yeah, when he invaded the National Assembly, I believe, something like
yes.
that.
Yes. Do you know why he invaded the National Assembly?
I guess people were against Buhari's.
They were going to move. He had the understanding that they were going to move to impeach him then. You know, that was why he shut down the assembly, because he heard that Saraki was going to move to try and impeach Buhari. So it's things like that.
So he's saying he could be impeached if he goes against his.
What if he's totally vulnerable? If it doesn't have a shored up base, then of course it's vulnerable. Look what at Goodluck Jonathan now, how he was beaten up because he didn't have a constituency, because he didn't have backings, he didn't have a group. You don't see it.
Once we get to that part, I see what you're saying.
No, you don't. You think
political rivalries,
No, that's not it. You are thinking that when you get to that seat, you are omnipotent in some form.
Yes.
You are not. You are shut up by a forget it, man.
But you sure can use your power to eliminate those bad people and replace them with good people. For example, if I get in that seat,
then those good people, what will be their job to secure your presidency? Would it not be?
They will hold that position of those bad people. The power they had, I will figure a way to strategically cut the power off and replace them with those correct people in society. You can do it now.
Look at this guy.
You have some degree of power. You have power when you become president.
You have.
Maybe you are sharing the power with others, but the little power you have, I won't even say little power. Much power that you have, you can use it to pump some good people into the system. You can do it.
What about the elites? What about the elites and the godfathers?
Oh no! All right, sorry. Let's abandon that space.
So Buhari has godfather.
I think either Mike doesn't see it or it just doesn't.
No, I see what you're saying.
No, I don't think you do.
It's a subjective position.
It is not. It's something that's playing out in politics.
It's not a fact. It's not these things guys say. Just
all right.
Exaggeration sometimes. It's not really like it's factual.
All right. If you don't know it, then you attack it.
Some boogeyman is out there controlling.
No. Thank you. No, thank you. You don't have to do that. Sometimes. Sometimes, something, Mike, sometimes it is fine just to say, I don't know, or I did not realize. It is fine to say that. You don't have to battle everything, All right, thank you. Let me acknowledge Alexander's super chat, and then we'll get back to John Lekoko. So Alexander's super chat to say, I say it here and now, if Tinubu wins the next presidential election in Nigeria, the military will take over swiftly. Watch. So I'll be surprised.
That's not going to happen.
That's not going to happen, though, because if the military takes over, then who will be that military? That military cannot be from the south, and it cannot be from the north.
The whole country is against it. So the whole country, that's the first time the Nigeria unites. Because nobody wants that military back. Even the Northerners don't want it. The Yorubas don't want it. The East don't want it. Nobody want that military. Back in those days, the Northerners may want it.
Even if they do want it, who is going to arrowhead the...
Exactly. Is it one of those junior officers?
Let's even look at it critically. If you hear I Brigadier Dongo Yaro, then you say, no, you've had your own 8 years because a Yoruba man is now there. You want to now use military coup to remove him. So that already is a situation. But then you would not...
Look, one man, let me tell you this. One man, let me tell you this. You see, the military, they are smarter than the politician. And they are smarter than the civilian. Look, they will have envisaged what the reaction will be. And they will do something that will make you happy and make you accept them when they come in. They might use a Yoruba man to speak, to be the person that we announce to the nation that, I, Brigadier...
Yeah, but who will head the government? It's not who announces. Who will... Who will head the government if a military takes over?
Who will head? Yes, it's got to be Fulani man now.
Oh, so there you are. So a Fulani man was there destroying the country for 8 years. Hold on.
They will bring out Yoruba man to speak.
But
Yoruba people will fall for that one.
You will see Igbo man. You will see Igbo by the side. I Brigadier Okechukwu.
Not all of that. It's who we head it.
And they will tell you.
It won't work in this millennial generation, man. That's in the 80s. People don't start
you guys, I'm telling you this.
So
Nigerians will jump on the street. Nigerians will jump on the street in jubilation.
Hold on, Ola. Adale Koko, who will head the government is the main point, not who the people who flank him, who sits at the center. So if a Fulani man comes in to say he's coming to rescue the country because of Tinubu, after all that we have suffered under Buhari, then that presents a situation to the south that where were you when we were suffering all this thing under Buhari? Now that a Yoruba man comes in, now you suddenly discover that the country needs rescuing, and then the Fulani takes over again. So that is one thing. But then a Yoruba man cannot also head a military government, because they will say, when your own person is, I cannot see how it will play out.
Yeah. I think I agree with you, but I'm just talking in the context that military can come in again, not as my brother is putting it there, that immediately after Tinubu wins, the military will come in. That Wala Mashele.
This will not be Abiola again, where you give
and one man look at it from this angle. One man look at it from this angle. So one military guy will come and take over Lagos. One military governor will come and take over Lagos from all the people. You come and take over Lagos, the new governor of Lagos. The elite, the current elite, the money they have amassed, they will use it to fight that military command, man. Because first of all, the military, for him to sustain his power, he has to bribe traditional rulers. And these traditional rulers already, this cabal, they are already existing. They already have their money to pay the traditional ruler and to support the military. Because during that Babangida time, there was nobody to compete with him in terms of bribing the traditional rulers. So now, you can't come in and say, we have taken over, let's go and bribe the traditional rulers. But these current guys, with their money, they will bribe the traditional ruler not to listen to the military guy. And if nobody agree with them, the worst thing that will happen, they will kill everybody or they will split the country. It's not even possible, man. Forget it. We've been there. Nigerians have learned so much lessons from that military era. That 36 years of military dictatorship that ruined that country, man. That set us back. You think we will accept it again? Hey, I'm gonna forget to.
Mike, it is even more difficult than what people just say. The military before IBB moved to Abuja, before they strengthened DSS, is totally different from the military they used to have those days. So it's not just going to be an easy ride. Because I see encourage people to still go back to 1983 coup. Sorry to use that word. To that 1983 military takeover. Go and read that through. The first truth, and people should read why Buhari descended on Mopo, that it collected all the equipment. They say we cannot have parallel military organization because initially they made life difficult for those military. And as I speak to you today, it's based on my own opinion, the DSS you have here, it's not as if you are going to carry out a jet bomber and a military warplane against takeover. If it is going to be granting today, the military that will take over from that Ashu Rock, that military we have a lot to do. So they are smarter than those days. So welcome back, Plenty Water 77.
All right.
So nice to you.
No. That was my role to say that. But thank you, Ola. Hold on. So good to see you, Plenty Water. And he comes in to super chat. He usually comes in to attack Ajan Lekoko, but this time around he's coming stealthily. So it looks as though they've released him from the penitentiary now, and he comes in to announce his. Plenty Water super chat to say. He says, I greet you, Sir Alex, which will be Alexander Gomez. Bola Tinubu's ACN, maybe yes, military takeover, but APC is a union of more than one party and also have many, I don't know what that one is. Ogbontarigis nationwide. Also, Ogbontarigis that were once PDP. So he's just saying whatever that just meant. But good to see you, Plenty Water. We thought you'd abandoned us. So that's Plenty Water was one of the early participants on this platform who, I think for reasons of business, because I think he travels around the world. That is what he does. But now he's in a place to engage with the platform again. So, so thank you, Plenty Water, and thank you, Alexander Gomez, for that little just intermission. Quite an interesting little exercise. Just how the military can take over from Tinubu. That is something that anybody. It'll be a struggle. Though. I cannot see how it will not be a struggle. But Adale Koko, this I was bringing this story just to pad out the space, just to have enough talking points. I will emerge victorious, and then they kind of vows to defeat Buhari. So because I didn't think we had enough stories, so I just added it to pad it out. But when I got to the latter paragraphs, I came across this, which somewhat stuns me. This is the jettisoning, the abandoning, the tongue-coating. This guy talks about Sabo a lot. Saboteur, he means. So, Adale Koko, is this sabotage? Oyendu, which is the name that they call him, Oyendu. Oyendu reiterates that the ongoing intervention towards peaceful coexistence must be respected, encouraged, and abided by. So the ongoing efforts towards peaceful coexistence must be respected and encouraged. So peaceful coexistence, of course, will be within the structures of Nigeria, which was the narrative before Nnamdi Kanu started this whole agitation, which is now where he has now reversed back to, now that is in incarceration. So what is your reading of those words? Because those words are quite, I've read it in a particular way, but what is your understanding of it? Peaceful coexistence must be respected, encouraged, and abided by. Words coming out of Nnamdi Kanu. It caught me off guard, did it you?
I don't want to believe that statement. I don't know where that statement is coming from.
It's from his lawyer.
His lawyer said, in what context did that...
The lawyer met him at the DSS facilities as is his right to. And in the course of their interaction, this is another space that I wanted you to speak to as well. Because when that lawyer goes in, he does these legal things, but then when he comes out into the public space, he speaks to the Biafran space in a political narrative that Nnamdi Kanu said this, and then he passes message on to the Biafrans from the Nnamdi Kanu via the... so should he even be doing that? Is that an arrestable offense in itself? Because that is acting in consonance with a proscribed organization which has the attribution of terrorism. So you are going to the leader of that group.
That's a good point there.
Yeah, so that in itself, but more potently, Nnamdi Kanu's message via this lawyer to say that peaceful coexistence should be embraced, one, and encouraged, two. So peaceful coexistence in Nigeria. So what then is that's the end of Biafra? Is that the end of IPOB? Is that what is just announced?
I'm trying to get it right. So is the lawyer, is that the message he passed out to the people that...
Let me give you a very quick run through. It's not that longer, so you have the full context. Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, on Friday expressed optimism that he would emerge victorious over the terrorism charges leveled against him by the Nigerian government. Kanu expressed hope that his current trial at the Abuja Federal High Court will end soon. The pro-Biafra agitator is facing terrorism charges before Justice Binta Nyako-led Federal High Court in Abuja. The Nigerian government leveled the charges against Nnamdi Kanu following his rearrest and repatriation from Kenya. He was nabbed in Kenya over his agitation for the actualization of Biafra and Nigeria's break-up by extension. However, the IPOB leader stated his current travails will only last for a while. Kanu spoke during his routine. So this is where I wanted to pay attention. Kanu spoke during his routine meeting with his counsel, Ifeanyi Ejiofor, at the Department of State Services DSS headquarters in Abuja. In a statement made public by Ejiofor, the pro-Biafra agitator urged his followers to be peaceful and avoid distraction. The statement reads partly, KANU deeply appeals to Umar Chineke to avail themselves of the peace initiative presently ongoing and not be distracted anymore. He further implored all Ume Chineke to keep their eyes on the ball because enemies are struggling in vain to entrench disharmony. Oyendu reiterates that the ongoing interventions towards peaceful coexistence must be respected, encouraged, and abided by. He calls for unity amongst the entire Umechineke at all levels, who believe in his peaceful message cannot be overemphasized. Further, Oyedu extends his warm regards to millions of his fans and followers who have equally remained consistently resolute and focused. He is convinced that the present situation will only last a while and it will emerge victorious. So it was that just a paragraph before the last that caught me, that caught my eye. But am I misreading it, Ajan Lekoko, or misreading into it? What is your take on that?
Yeah, there are so many points that he make in that in what you read, that report you read. Number one, he said he will emerge victorious at the law courts. That the people should keep calm and not allow anything to distract them, that he will emerge victorious. So that statement, emerge victorious, tells me that yes, they believe in the court process and they believe they have a good ground to to emerge victorious because Nigerian government doesn't have a case against him. That is what is telling us there. Then number two is the statement that they should remain in corporate existence of Nigeria. That one is contradictory to the first statement that he will emerge victorious. And then he mentioned about some kind of settlement that I don't get that part very well. So if actually that Nnamdi Kanu sent that message the way you read it, that they believe in the corporate existence of Nigeria, that message tells me that something is going on the ground. They are trying to work out some peaceful way of resolving this thing politically, better than judicial process. So, and he won't get, if they are going to work out a political settlement with him, he's not going to get it without giving up something. So maybe that statement is a statement, he made that statement in assurance to the government that he is ready to work with them and settle this thing in a more gentleman manner than two sides confronting each other at the law court. So political settlement for him will come with some sacrifice from him, and maybe that sacrifice is in line with that statement that we believe in the political process of, the corporate existence of Nigeria. So, but I don't want to read too. I don't want to read too many meaning to this. I don't want to say because of this statement, I want to take him as a traitor. I want to wait until for the court trial and then see how everything will play out.
Roman, can I interject real fast?
No. Before you do, I think I may well. I'll let you just. I think I may well have just gone down the completely wrong route because Alexander Akache is pointing this out, which probably makes more sense than everything that I've just said. He says, "I think the peaceful existence part has to do with unknown government space. I don't think Nnamdi Kanu will make such a U-turn statement." So all of that thing that I just said, I think what Alexander is saying actually makes more sense. It was probably just speaking to his own people rather than to Nigerian politics. But you wanted to say, Mike?
Yeah, well, eventually, the only option is going to have is still that political route, political approach, and I doubt they say we're president humble people, but if it goes that way, then that would be a very disgraceful thing to do, because he has consistently said it's Biafra or death. So now you are choosing Biafra or political negotiation. That's very disgraceful, man. I think his followers won't. I don't think they will forgive him the way they forgive Ojukwu, man. Because this time, I don't think
it depends on the language that he uses to present it, though.
No, I'm saying his case, because the elders there are saying the solution will be a political solution. That means they have to sit down with him and he has to agree with the political solution. It's not like you just sit back and say, I don't agree, and government will just make that political decision in his absence. He has to come to the table with them and negotiate that political.
Yes, what I'm saying is it will depend on how they present that political solution to his people. That will guide their reaction. They can paint it as still some form of victory.
No, the only political approach will be if they grant him, if they agree on referendum or something towards Biafra. But anything that's outside of Biafra, if he accepts other than death that he claimed, because he said Biafra or death. So, and that's the reason why his people followed him. They're like, oh, this is a real leader that's ready to die for the cause. You get followers, they'll give you money, they will even risk their life for you. And that's what we've seen. People have risked their life, many have died, and many have given him a lot of money. So now, at the end of the tunnel, you are saying it's Biafra or political decision. It's no longer Biafra or death. That would be very disgraceful, and I don't think he can get away with that with his people, man. Unless those people are just completely docile or something. But I don't think his people to this generation are docile like those ones in Ojukwu time, where Ojukwu says Biafra or death, and then they ran away, and then he came back, and they still hail him, still dance for him. I don't think this generation is that foolish, man. So hey, you need to think twice, man. I don't know. It's up to him, Sha.
All right, thank you. So back to you, Ajanle Koko.
Yes. So I don't think that he will make such a statement at this point in time when the court trial is on, and it doesn't look to me that political settlement is in play, because the Attorney General just added more charges against him recently, from 7 charges to 15 charges. So, but we just have to wait and see how everything will play out at the court, and that will tell us the direction of this legal matter, whether it's going to continue to be a legal matter, or whether they're going to resolve it politically. We will know in not too long time. You just have to be patient.
All right. And it looks as though the contracts are about to be signed now for the fourth mainland bridge in Lagos. So what are you then making of this? Because slowly, I'm just noticing that Lagos is pulling together to take that space, because Lagos, by reputation, is globally known. You know, there's no reason why Lagos should not be mentioned when they say, "Oh, London, Paris, New York." You know, there's no reason why Lagos should not be in that mention.
That
Yeah.
that tells you no Lagos, no Nigeria. That is
The-
just what it's telling you. They know Lagos everywhere in the world. No
yes,
Lagos, no Nigeria. That's it.
yes. So,
What about Abuja?
yeah, but
Don't
Abuja
forget,
more.
don't forget about
Abuja is
Abuja,
just the
man. Forget about
capital of
Abuja.
is just a seat of power, isn't it? But Lagos really is what people know Nigeria for. But Lagos in itself, it doesn't have sufficient enough of infrastructure to live up to what people, because it's a global city, with third world infrastructure. So now this fourth mainland bridge, this intra-state light rail, all of these things. Now, are we seeing now the pulling together of Lagos State infrastructurally to become that which everybody had anticipated and hoped for? Adale Koko.
I hope that statement that they want to do for the mainland bridge, I hope they're not just saying it just to say it to people and no action will follow it. This fourth mainland bridge is long overdue for Lagos. Tinubu, before he assumed the position of governor of Lagos, fourth mainland bridge was one of those projects he promised the people of Lagos. 20 years down the line, 21 years now, they have not built it. Tinubu promised Lagosian is going to build fourth mainland bridge before he was elected as governor. That was one of the projects that Lagosian were looking up to throughout his 8 years. He didn't put it in place. And down the line, up to this time, we have not seen it. But Sanwo-Olu is coming up with it again. Let's see whether he will back it up with action. I hope they are not deceiving our people, because they know our people are very cheap. When they say something to them, when they lie to them, they don't ask questions. And when that lie doesn't come into reality, instead of our people to stand up and challenge them for the lie or punish them by voting them out of power, they will be praising them and continue to chant them that yes, one try. So, but if this guy is serious and if he really want to do it, that will be a wonderful thing for Lagos. It will decongest the traffic problem in Lagos, and it will add value to the economy of Lagos, because that fourth mainland bridge might be the longest bridge in Africa, because I think it's going to go from what do you call it? What is the name of that Dangote area where he built? Is it
Lekki?
Yeah,
Lekki?
go from Lekki side and all the way to Ikorodu. So it's going to be it's going to be the longest in Africa. So it's going to bring, like I said, add to economic.
Because they say Lagos is small. Lagos is not small. Oh, it's just that the infrastructure narrows it into island mainland. But if they build these things, they'll open up that space more. They'll decongest all of these spaces, and the state will spread out more.
Yes, and that will help the economic the economy of Lagos State will improve better than what it is, because transportation, movement of goods will be at ease from moving from Lagos. I mean,
even the mass concentration of people into all these hubs where they are
yes,
overpopulated in that will change, because people
yes,
can
that
then
will,
live on the other side and still cross the bridge to come
yes,
into this. Yeah.
that will change. So
Mm.
moving into and outside Lagos, moving outside Lagos to like Ikorodu, and from Ikorodu down to Shagam and to other parts of the country. That it will open a very big space, for for transportation, and it's going to add value to the economy of Lagos State. Is going to be a great project.
That is if they do it, though, because
Yeah,
it could be another 20 years,
yeah,
and
it
then
could be
they'll put up one boulder, and another 20 years they'll put up another boulder. You
yeah,
know.
yeah. So
Yeah.
Tinubu said he's going to build it, but he didn't build it, and we are 21 or 22 years. It's not yet to be nothing yet to be done, and now when Baba is preparing for president, they are coming up with it again. Say they want to build the Fourth Mainland Bridge. Just like Baba Kure said, why now? Why now? But let's wait. Let's wait for them. Let's see what they can do. Sanwo-Olu will write his name in gold. If he can actually put in place that infrastructure, is going to be the biggest infrastructure ever in the history of their country. So I hope we will pursue.
There was a time that Third Mainland Bridge was the longest bridge in Africa. I think it's been overtaken now, but for good several years it was.
Yeah. So, but this one will be longer than Third Mainland Bridge. This Fourth Mainland Bridge, if they actually do it as they promised, it's gonna be something great for that country, not only Lagos alone. So.
All right, that's brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So, I'm going to start now wrapping up, and I'll take rapid questions. Let me just do rapid questions round, and then I'll take closing remarks. Let me go to Ola first, and Ola to you, and to this space, Femi Adesina. Silly, idiotic, and imbecilic. Femi Adesina slams Nigerians for linking Buhari's video call to Super Eagles to their crashing out of the African Nations Cup. So first, the language of Femi Adesina, because that language is getting a lot rosier and rosier every time this guy, just the arrogance, as though some emperor was speaking down to just the peasants and the hoi pollois. So just that one first. But then this thing also, Buhari, anytime he phones Nigerian athletes or sports team internationally, they immediately crash out of a tournament. Is this guy bad luck for the country? So Femi Adesina's comment and Buhari's calls are Ola.
To me, I feel Femi Adesina should be given something more strategic to deal with, because naturally, because I will look at it from two angles. Naturally, they should have allowed Nigerians to enjoy themselves, to have their fun. Super Eagles crashed out of AFCON, and they needed to just channel the frustration somewhere. And a good leader, whether he's spokesman, spokesperson, or whosoever, they should understand that people will be angry even when you are even doing very well, talk less, or when you are not doing very well. Someone will just have something to even blame sometimes. So even when Nigerians were blaming Buhari for that, the normal leader, mature leader should just overlook all those things, because naturally there's no correlation. You know, if you want to look at it as normal person, right? There's no correlation. Just allow people to just enjoy themselves. Because calling the Super Eagles or those things, how would that make them lose? For example, it's either the Super Eagles, so maybe they were not mentally strong, so they lost focus. Is one thing entirely. But allow Nigerians to enjoy. You don't need to insult Nigerians just because they are just making fun of the situation where your principal called the Super Eagles, and the next thing you now move against almost 200 million people. So it's a funny thing. Now on Buhari, well, see, personally, I will absorb him of anything. To me, it has nothing to do with Buhari. Although I know some people will want to go metaphysical and claim some kind of negative energy or whatever, but realistically, whatever happens, even if Buhari calling the Super Eagles make them lose that match, it's not because of that Buhari. That is simply because the players lost focus and they are not mentally strong. They are supposed to be professional. So even if Obama, if the world president, for example, called them today, they should not overexcite. They should not get overexcited and lose focus. So they've been playing at the topmost level. So that show is ridiculous. I don't see how Buhari will make Nigeria lose. And even Adesina now coming now to even talk rubbish and all this. He's just saying that it's just too childish for the position that is arming. So that's
you know, some of his comments are somewhat. We know that he's trying to rank Adede his principle, but some of the comments that he's making, they're just getting a little bit too rosy. It's silly, imbecilic, and idiotic. This is what he's saying to people just for venting, like you said, after their team lost. You know, it's effectively like when you lose and you say sack the manager. This is it now, sack the manager. Or you know, it's no different from that. So, but just those choice of words, you know.
Exactly. Just leave everybody to say their own. You know, some people can even blame their parents for losing match. So you know, this is football. Football. Even some people die. Some people die while watching football. You should have known that this is when you are talking of high level of emotion. So this thing is what a reasonable leader will just ignore. On the other hand, just because of Nigeria, because a good leader will support a sycophant and someone that is even doing his job. Femi Adesina is just a sycophant. I don't see him as someone that's competent for that position. May the type of that person never occur to Nigeria again. That's just my prayer.
Yes, just the entirety of this package from Buhari down to Adesina. May it never occur again. But let me take you to another talking point, Ola. Our pastor should not curse. Ibiyomi under attack over Yahoo Boys comments. So he's wishing upon them that they should crash in their cars and die. This is what a pastor is saying on the pulpit about a group of people who you might say they've fallen off the rail, you know, but is that not then the role of the pastor? The pastor is not for the do-gooder, it's for the do-badder to rescue them and put them on the straight and narrow. But the Nigerian system, all of them being, you know, as we know, it says now, Ibiyomi, whilst preaching in his church recently, said Yahoo boys will get into car accidents because their activities has led to the death of some people who they have scammed of their retirement benefits. He also laid curses on police officers who released arrested Yahoo boys after collecting bribes from them. So what are you then making then of this message from the pulpit?
Well, I don't know the pastor and I don't know what propelling him, but I know pastors too, they are human, but you see, one thing is when someone call himself a Christian and Jesus Christ already laid the template, when the two thieves, robbers that were crucified with Jesus Christ, when one was mocking Jesus, did Jesus curse him? But the other guy that just plead for mercy, what did he say?
Allah, Jesus actually cursed somewhere. when they enter that place when they gamble, I mean, for that, the guy cursed them, man. I go say Jesus didn't curse.
Did he cause, or he just say, "Man, sorry, Baba, I mean, did you get it?" I'm not aware of that. If you are aware of a particular phrase, please tell me. I'm not aware that Jesus.
How do we even know Jesus didn't curse?
No, I know that's just my limited knowledge.
So Jesus never cursed in his lifetime. You believe that?
Apart from that, the fig tree, I'm not aware of where Jesus Christ actually caused people. I'm telling you,
the guy never existed anyway.
I'm not saying I know it all right. When you see one, just please correct me. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm just talking of the robbers that were crucified with Jesus Christ. Already Jesus Christ didn't cause. Even when disciples asked for the greatest law, you understand, Jesus Christ referred to two: love your God with the whole of your heart and love your neighbor as yourself. You see, if you can't love someone and cause, right? The Yahoo boys, they are the people, because if you really want to win their soul, personally, they are the people that you need to pray for them to change, to have a change of mind. Not people that, because not people that you cause, because if you cause them and they are caused, they can even make people to die more, because cause people will always doing something that behave as a cause person. So even you can even see the act of Yahudiism as even cause itself. It's as even a cause on its own. And when you further cause, maybe you are even worsening the situation. I don't know. But to me personally, if I were in his shoe, I don't know whether what he's doing is right. If I find myself in his shoe, I don't think I will be tempted to do that, because I believe that Jesus Christ laid the template, and I think that the template we should actually follow, because we see the tax collector, we see all those people that encounter Jesus, even we see those people that even some people wanted to stone, that when Jesus Christ asked them that, okay, anybody that has no sin, let him step into this ring. If I still remember that
he say cast the first stone.
Yeah, cast the first stone. So
we should forgive looters. Basically, that's what he told us. Forgive the looters.
Where you are taking it to another territory already.
Now he said ladies template, and you are giving us one of them.
To me, the way I see this is that we ourselves, we have our own wrongdoing parts, but we are very quick to judge others. So if we really want to judge someone, why can't we allow the legal framework to do that instead of it? So if you see a Yahoo boy, hand over that Yahoo boy to the law enforcement, although I know that the law enforcement in Nigeria is another thing entirely, at least do your best as a good citizen. But causing them on the line, I don't think it's what I would like to do personally.
So if the Yahoo boys scam you, or like the Yahoo boys scam you, what will you do?
Man, forget story now.
I know you now.
As normal being now, you will went gaga. It's normal. People will be angry. You can do anything, but see, so that's why some people are leaders. That's why some people are followers.
What will you do if they scam you? They scam you for your life savings. What will you do?
Oh boy, you don't just imagine that now.
Put yourself in that space.
I will go mad immediately now. You can. So
and they give you option to swear for that Yahoo boy. You will swear for him.
Well, it's possible.
So now yeah. No one follow Jesus talk again. See, until you happen to you forget.
But at the same time, I think some people are above me in terms of maturity. That's what I'm saying. You see, as human, I have my own level of maturity, and some people are more mature than myself that will handle situation better than myself. So a leader.
So you won't follow Jesus' template. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, a leader can accept something. Look at the way we install BUHARI today and this thing. Some of us, even without showing our face, we can't even accept even a fraction, just 1,000th part of what we say about BUHARI and Tinubu. Yeah, it doesn't mean that by saying that I'm supporting. But you said the same thing to the like of Jonathan, and Jonathan will not even run after your life, will not even be after your life for even castigating him or saying anything about him. But you see some leaders that before you even open your mouth, they've actually preempted what you were going to say, and they will be after you for that. So when you're a leader, you are supposed to provide guidance. You are supposed to help people to realize how to do the right thing. That's just my opinion about that. But at the same time, I understand that leaders are human beings. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, all right, thank you. So from Ola, we go on to Mike. Mike, we take you to the Tinubu space again, and this journey to London, which they are trying to cloak in some language of ambiguity that is gone for consultations, but just a total nonsense. You recall when Tinubu was in London and Buhari was there as well, and Buhari went to visit him when he was recovering from his whatever. And then they took photographs and they showed Tinubu
From his
leaning.
gonorrhea.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It's only you know. Nobody else had that thought about from you. This is you have issues.
That was the excuse you
You
can
know
use to say.
you know you have issues, Mike. What are your issues
I'm
exactly?
joking.
Oh, all right. But when they then took photographs of Tinubu leaning on a cane, the Tinubu camp was very angry with Buhari, the Buhari camp for releasing those photos of Tinubu leaning on a cane, because then they then had to then explain that he was in London recovering from an operation which they never released. So now he's back in London again. You know, they're saying he's tired, he needed a break, this is consulting. But this is the same storyline that we've had with Buhari for a good 7 years now. So are we now seeing essentially just a continuation of what was always the case? Is this Buhari Mark II what we're seeing? Tinubu booster short.
It's very obvious, man. It's very obvious. The guy is aging. I mean, we've seen this Buhari scenario playing again. I mean, it was at that age, you know, when he became president, around that age where he's already heading to nursing home, you know, and he spent the whole 8 years just, you know, you remember the first year now, he was in the hospital for like almost 6 months, you know, and, you know, luckily he had a good vice president that's even more qualified than him. So at least we're able to have Sibanjo do some things. And so we didn't really, that Buhari illness, we would say, we can't say that's number one reason why he didn't perform, because you know, he wouldn't perform anyway. So any good performance that came out of that regime was from people around him, you know. So luckily, I had a good vice president. But with Tinubu on, it's not going to be good, man, because obviously his vice president is not going to be someone the same quality as Osibanjo. That if that same situation happens where he has to spend 1 year or 6 months in London, because obviously the vice president will be likely a Fulani guy or someone or whoever a northern approach give him, because he's not. We know he knows how to pick his own cabinet and things. Well, I'm very sure he's not the one that will pick his vice president. The North will have to present a vice president for him. The same way the South, he was one that presented Osibanjo for Buhari. It wasn't Buhari that really chose Osibanjo, you know. So my advice to Tinubu is he should just let one of his boys run. Maybe what's his name? Former Lagos governor Fashola. Let those you're good in picking the right guy. Just I mean, not necessarily all the time, but I mean, let one of your qualified guys. I mean, you pick someone like Sonwolu to run Lagos. I mean, I'm pretty sure you have more Sonwolus around and Fasholas. So you should just pump someone else. You're old, man. I mean, it's 8 years after. I mean, 8 years from now, it's gonna be worse, man. I mean, so Tinubu should just. They can deny it all they want, but it should let someone else, like more younger.
And you're exactly right, Mike. 8 years from now, 4 years from now, it's going to be worse, because at that age, you don't get better. You know,
You don't get better.
They slow down the ailment, or it continues at the same pace, but
Mm-hmm.
you don't just recover now,
You
because
can't recover.
you don't have the physical strength to even recover fully. You know, this
Yeah.
is why we see Buhari just slumped over, just
Yeah, the
looking.
guy there is on booster shot, like you said. I mean, Buhari, they have to boost him, you know. Just I didn't think Buhari was going to last. Honestly, I didn't think the guy was going to
No,
finish.
a lot of people didn't anticipate it now, you know.
Remember that first year when the guy was in the, I mean, was hospital for so long that even the IPOB people were posting some picture of a dead body on the bench. I'm like, this guy here with this level of illness.
You saw that one as well in the hospital gown.
Yeah, man.
They got millions of views off the back of that, and they will say, "Look at his ears. Look at his hand. Look at his. Oh God!"
I was one of the people that was praying for the guys to just finish his 8 years because I didn't want to deal with that Jonathan situation where I don't know Satan will take over, not will begin to go start our like Say, but they must have their time. I say, man, these guys are there just survive your 8 years at least if he's on a bed.
if Buhari had not completed, they would not have allowed.
No way.
Oshibanjo to carry on. They would have
no way.
They will just ask him to retire, and he will know what that means, and he will retire.
Yeah, you would have been some drama again, man. Like voila. So I'm glad the guy is finishing his 8 years, so can move on from that. But I just don't want a situation where Tinubu will now, God forbid, maybe that Yaradua situation.
Get 1 minute.
The Yaradua situation. Yeah.
I don't want to agree with one man point that if something had happened to Buhari, they wouldn't have allowed Oshibayo to serve. Oshibayo will have assumed, and we will automatically assume the leadership of the country. There wouldn't be nothing for them to do. Because the constitution, that's what the constitution, the vice president.
No, but you have to understand, Tinubu has to maintain that good relationship with the North for him to even to maintain his political strength in the North. So it will be very difficult for him to start fighting back.
No, you didn't get what I'm saying. You didn't get what
I know. The constitution actually says that, but Nigeria, they can still. But the Sushiba just say he doesn't want it. There's nothing anyone can force him to do.
No. Hold on. It happened during the time of Jonathan. Yaradua died. Jonathan assumed the leadership. I mean, he was the vice president, and the constitution said that if president becomes incapacitated, the vice must assume that leadership position.
I want us to listen to Mike properly. What if Oshibajo decide that I don't want
exactly?
Then the number 3rd position we assume the Senate president.
It's not provided for in the constitution. I don't think so.
It's provided.
I'm not sure that it's provided for in the constitution for the Senate president.
No, what will happen is no. Sorry, listen. Yeah. This is where they will go. If it happens, right? Osinbajo takes over for one day. You have to adopt a new vice president, right? And then he will pick. He will give. They will. That's the way they will go around it. Even if the constitution says if the vice president doesn't want, then the Senate president takes over. But what they will find a way around it where you will make it. You will agree with Northerners like, okay, I will take over for 1 day or 1 week, and I will appoint a vice president, and then I will now step down as the president.
Talon sheruefun, talon mafuni lagbara tomatopon gbagbara ale njo keji.
No. Continue no. What I'm saying is, they because Tinubu and the guys, they don't want to create that conflict between them and the Northern, because Tinubu is creating a long-term political alliance with the North. You understand? So he will want them to finish their 8 years. You understand? Because he wants to take next. You understand? So somehow what he will do is just to please them. He, of course, he's Osibanjo's godfather now. So he will tell Osibanjo, listen, let's do it this way. Let's allow the Northerners to continue. So let's maneuver the system where, okay, if they say, if you just reject it and the Senate will have to take over, if that's the case, what the constitution says, I don't know. But let's say that's what it says. But what they will now do to maneuver it would be like, okay, let's take over the presidency and appoint a Northern vice president. And then after 2 days, just step down and let the guy take
never
over.
Gonna happen. I mean, Mike.
I'm not saying wait, but I'm saying that's the way you can maneuver. But the point I'm making is that
if you are the vice president and something happened to the president and you assume would you agree with anybody?
Well, my case is different. My case is different, but I think you're missing my point. My point is the relationship, the political relationship.
What do you mean? Politician, you don't know them. What kind of relationship? They are all looking for power. Yeah.
But okay, why didn't Tinubu challenge? Wait. Why didn't Tinubu challenge?
Oshibajo is so soft and decided to say, okay, I don't want. I step aside.
I don't think you understand the game, the political game Tinubu has been playing.
Who is that person in the world that will be so soft to take the
you're missing this, man. You're missing the point.
For him on a platter of gold. Something it didn't work for. It just
I don't think you understand the way Tinubu's camp
think
works.
you say I don't want to.
You know, you see what Pastor.
But guys, let's not drag this point.
Let's see. Basically, just a second. See what Pastor Bakare said when he was running a candidate with Buhari. He said they were pushing some kind of agreement for him to pajor. In the other sense that okay, he will run with Buhari in case they now win that election. He will now step aside for someone now to take over. For example, did you see that kind of cunning way? Now someone ran with Buhari, and later the person now step aside for someone to take over. So what do you see? You see that kind of political manipulation. Now, if Osinbajo is now saying, okay, I don't want to offend Tinubu, and naturally he's supposed to be the one to take over, I said, okay, because of the political arrangement, he said, okay, I don't want. What will happen? And now
it's not even a matter of offending. It's something that Tinubu's camp. You have to understand Tinubu's camp strategy. You have to understand that when they formed that party, he himself was more powerful in that party than Buhari when they formed that party. But he came up with a strategy. He was thinking long term. Like, you know what? One way I can strengthen or create good relationship with this North is if I put this Buhari guy forward. I make it clear. I make him run. The Northerners for a long time we appreciate it, and you can form that political bridge with them. You understand? So that was his strategy. So now, as that happened, right? If Buhari would have died in that first year, of course he allowed Osinbajo to just continue. That bridge he was trying to build in North. He has basically collapsed that bridge. So him and Osinbajo just aware of that strategy too.
No. Hold on, Mike.
They are all under Tinubu now. They are his people. They are his boys.
That proposition you're putting forward is not going to work like that. What could work is that, okay, that if we appoint vice president and after 1 week or 2 weeks, if you say he step down and that one, no, it's not going to work. What could work? And is that he will complete that term. And maybe it won't contest next time. You understand? Wait. It will come. If you want to be very soft, too, it will come.
Argue against my point. Argue against my point that Tinubu is trying to build political bridge with that North. Argue against that point, because if he's trying to build that political bridge with that North, right? And the moment that Buhari, God forbid, let's say he died that time, right? And the Northerners are like, hold on, listen, and they're telling him that no, we want to continue, and we're presenting this guy to you. And if he said no, I have to finish this term, and it burns that political bridge. It won't be helpful for Tinubu's camp. You understand? Because why would you want to burn a political bridge for just a 4-year term? A political bridge that you can sustain for like another 16 years, because now the North, listen, the next election now, those Northerners are looking to Tinubu as the guy that did them a favor for that Buhari time. Now they are campaigning for him to run for the next 8 years. You understand? So why would he have sacrificed these 8 years for that 4 years of finishing Buhari's term? You know, so this best political move they would have made that time if Buhari had died would have been, hey, Osinbajo, just let these Northerners continue to finish their time. So let's build that political bridge with them. So that way, after their term, we know we're taking over for full 8 years. And even beyond that, we can even still, if we maintain that political bridge, I even run for another 8 years after that.
Hold on. For what purpose is Osinbajo there for as a vice president? You think it's there for
he's loyal to Tinubu, man. They're in the same camp.
Hold on. Do you think is as a vice president is there just to be there? It's meant for emergency. If anything happened to the president, we assume that position and continue
the constitution is there because constitution says must have vice president.
Yes, you can't work anything outside that and say 2 days if we go and give up power to another. It's not going to work. There's no.
But anyway, let's not stress it. Let's not stress it.
The only thing that could work easier is that he will complete that term. Maybe after that, he might say, okay, let's give it to the North. But
I still don't know. I don't think you get my point. I don't get my point. You know?
I got your point. I'm just trying to let you know.
But I'm just saying, if they want to stick to their political strategy,
your position,
if they were to stick to their political strategy, that would have been the best thing they would have done.
Mike, can I help you more? Mike,
let's hear from Tony. Tony, let's hear from you. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you. You know, what Mike is saying is that forget about the constitution, which is already it's a first booklet for us. Then Mike said that this bill will never oblige. You know what I'm saying? They will never do according to the what is stated down. That recently, what Ajani Koko is trying to argue about there is very wrong because Jonathan did not just had it easy. You know that Sahara reporter and many people, myself also participated in the discussion that time. You know, this year Adwa died. They didn't want this guy to go in. They were heading him. That is why there's this conspiracy theory now that probably, because I don't want to offend anybody tonight, that Buhari is not there. Because if Buhari was to be alive, considering the fact that Tinubu brought him in with all his money, with everything, it could not be any debate to say whether Tinubu will take over or not. You know what? That's how that matter. But what Mike is saying that this people don't play according to the set rules. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know why we are just pretending, and not to know what these people are capable of. So that don't, sir.
Oh, all right, thank you. So round off your thoughts on that space, Mike, and then I'll go to Tony to give him a talking point. Mike.
So the initial question I was speaking on before we what was this?
Well, it's Tinubu and it's booster shot.
Oh, the booster shot. So to me, I just think what Tinubu should do is just let one of his boys take over next. Let Fashola take over, be the next president. I think that would be the best thing to do, to be honest, rather than him trying. I know, that's his lifelong dream to be the president, but I mean, come on, man.
Let me ask you a question, Mike. Who would you think will make a better president between Fashola and Ambode? And only that he served one term in Lagos, but who do you think was a better governor in Lagos State, Fashola or Ambode?
Absolutely, Fashola. Fashola is way more hardworking. Fashola is a very hardworking man, man. I mean, I know people that when he was a governor, they say, man, this guy doesn't get off the office at 10 p.m. Like he's as in the office as early as 6, 7 in the morning. He doesn't get off till like 10 p.m. at night. They say this guy worked his ass off, man. When he was the governor of Lagos, they say he was a very hardworking dude, man. Even right now, people that talk about him as a minister, they give him three ministerial posts in one. And to be honest, when I went to Nigeria, I went to inspect what he did, and I'm like, if they had given this guy just one, he concentrated on that one, this guy would have done a magnificent job, man. I'm telling you. This guy worked hard, man. I saw his hard work when I went to Nigeria. I actually inspected his projects and everything. I'm like, this guy here worked very hard, man. That guy will be a good president.
Did you say? You mean that famous road that you are claiming you drove on?
Did you research his work extensively?
Well, I saw enough to. I didn't see everything, but I saw enough to say that the other past ministers we've had, they didn't do anything close to that, And they only had that one position, and this guy was holding 3 different positions, and for him to perform that level on just that, the guy worked hard, man. Just go and inspect his work, man. The guy worked hard.
What infrastructural projects did Fashola put into Lagos State?
Wow. Man, I'm sorry.
Just
Lagos,
name 3 infrastructural projects that he did.
The street lights, that alone.
Was street lights.
Lagos was a dark. When I went, I was seeing street lights. I'm like, hold on. The last time I was there, I didn't see any. This was a dark city like that. Where the only lights you see now, the light people they turn for their house. I saw street lights everywhere. They brought street lights, and then a lot of roads were fixed, man. A lot of roads that they've been abandoned for 36 years, man. Military era. Like those roads, even some neighborhood, I'd say no, I never come back here again, man. It's just how to get there. This guy's built all the main roads in Lagos. The guy fixed it up. The BRT bus, they put that in place. I saw, and then a lot of that island area. When I went there, man, the usually the most beautiful structure there used to be this neighborhood called G4, 1004 estates where my cousin used to live. It became the most ugliest now because they have more structure, more distance. Community. The guy he did some work in Lagos, man. I won't say he's the best or anything. I'm not here to do that. But when people do something, I'll say they did something. But they could have done better, absolutely. They could have done way better, yeah, absolutely. But compared to the typical people I've known and all the years I've known Nigeria, that nothing was never done. Like I used to say, what is so difficult to do something? Make us see something, at least something. I will usually never see nothing. Infrastructure, well, all I hear is they increase salary. The only thing we celebrate about government back then was, oh, they don't increase salary, civil servant salary. And my man go to dance. That's the only thing I always hear them say. But as far as infrastructure, things were just decaying. But with this guy's time, in Lagos was, I saw like, okay, I mean, some things were being fixed, man. I see some stuff, and I'm like, okay, I'm seeing something visibly. And now as a minister, I saw some, I mean, Lagos Ibadan Road, I mean, that road was usually jacked up, man. And I saw it big, I mean, fixed. I mean, the first time I went, I saw it being fixed. I'm like, oh, they're doing some work. And this time I went back, I mean, it's been fixed for cover so much distance. And this is the same road for many decades. Has been just jacked up, you know. So let's give credit a little bit where credit is due. It's not that because we hate a party or we hate somebody, we just deny that nothing was done. I mean, I can't believe Baba Korea came here and said the road was even worse than before. I'm like, really? You can say, yeah, it's not good enough for you, but don't say it was worse than before or say you didn't even see anything. I mean, come on, man. That's not the honest way. I will come here and say we are Christians, you know. Yeah. And that's my issue with Christians sometimes, you know. They don't fear God, you know.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mike. So let me go to Tony then and Sapoli's opinion. Tony, you've been following the narratives. Tinubu in London getting injections as he continues to campaign for the presidency. Is that a dark cloud surrounding the Nigerian firmament again, Tony?
No, I would rather go to for the Lagos bridge, for the fourth mainland bridge.
Okay, go for that.
Yes. So you know that we are all in Europe, in Americas, or in Asia, or whatever. I've never seen. Let me even begin. Like when I was growing up, I used to drive from Bagada to Obalende. I would take that third mainland bridge. You know what I'm saying? Then it's just like a phone. I'm driving. Then when I'm coming back, I will take the other way, take the Qatar bridge, just driving around town. So no, there was no announcement that we're going to build this bridge today. We're going to build that bridge tomorrow. Even from this Alaji Masha. Obviously, people will just come from volunteer. They will be marking, when the road mark is gone. People will just come and volunteer to be cleaning, and then I mean, I never see where they do that in the whole world. So in Germany here, when people are even tired of too much infrastructure, road infrastructure, that like the 7th highway, which is located between Hamburg and Kiel, people are protesting that is too loud for them. The residents, they will say, please, we don't need this again. We have enough here. And if you go to Spain, the same thing. Even this Barcelona. If you see people, this Catalonia that are even fighting for independence, they said they are tired of infrastructure, that they just control road for them, that they don't need them. But only that this brings me back to this our capacity or capability as black race. It's just too, is it amazing or it is so insane that people discuss about where Nigeria is a land of promises. Nigeria is a land of to do. We are going to do this. We are going to bring water to you in 2000. Now it's 22 years later. There's nothing. That's why yesterday I was even trying to say hello to this guy. That guy should be allowed to, allowed more space to speak. This guy, this truth to power, because it's coming from the ghetto there, and then I know that place very well. So because that place in Ajegule, Olodi, you can't dig 1 feet for soccer way. So they have to have all these pole carriers system. They shit in the buckets. You know what I'm saying? And then these guys will be coming at night. Then they will drive all the kids into. They tell us, say, go inside. So then this pole carrier will come and pick that thing with their vehicle. That's what I'm saying, sir. So it's just black race. Why can't we be announcing that we are going to do this? We are going to teach that we are elected to do. I mean, So it's I don't know. It's black race problem, sir.
It's frustrated, isn't it, Tony?
Yes, sir. Just like as you said yesterday, as you said yesterday, you already told us that if you can be civilized, and people were still coming to argue blindly, you can't be civilized if you are alive again. To move from Ikeja to that place, it's not possible to get to Palm Grove. Not talking of Western Avenue or Joelegba. You can't get there. They will kill you.
They will rip you apart.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
From the Danfo driver to the part-time prostitute, runs girls,
everything.
to the hawker, to the policeman, to the traffic.
Those the Tinubu boys, they are there. That is boys, they are there.
They will F you up, You can't drive from. You can't be a civilized man from Ikeja to Victoria Island. It's not possible.
Never. If you are alive, if you are happy, if you are lucky to be alive, then it's enough.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Tony. So Tony, always a delight to hear from you. I'm going to start taking closing remarks, and I'll start from Thomas, who.
Oh, I thought that you wanted to give me one more shot. I'm very quick.
Okay. Pick a topic of your choice.
Okay. Okay. Regarding this Christianity something, this pastor or whatever, I think I just followed Mike's narration or narrative that let us go back to our African state. So let's cancel all the churches because they are more than the Yahoos, really. Actually, but the Yahoo boys, I think God bless them because they are so intelligent. From a point of view, you know what I say. I love the Yahoo boys because it's not easy to to deal with the computer. Even for
you know, there are two different types of Yahoos. There's Yahoo and there's Yahoo Plus.
Yes, those Yahoo Plus that are killers.
Do you know the difference?
Yeah, the difference that those Yahoo, real Yahoo boys are good, but those killers, those plus that are sacrificing human beings for money, that is bad. But for the real Yahoo boys,
that one is no internet.
No, hold on. Those guys, those guys have to be, we have Yahoo boys in America, in Germany, in England, but the government would say, okay, we arrested them. They will go and put them in a place and ask them how they do it. You know what I'm saying? How you do this? Then they would train them. Black race cannot move forward because you don't kill your criminals like that. You tell some of the criminals that didn't kill anybody, they have to tap into their intelligence. You know what I'm saying? So you debrief them, and they try to set up a center to integrate them, and then
Tony just make one very good point. Do you know that in America, if you're a very clever criminal, if they arrest you, sometimes they will have to start working for them.
Yeah,
don't be surprised that Hush Puppy will start working for them.
No, stay there because I think you read my mind. I was taking Tony. What you just said, that I was taking Tony to that space. Yeah. So that Hush Puppy, that name is what I wanted to put to Tony. So let me put it to Tony because Mike has now stolen my thunder. But Hush Puppy, what is the overarching view that you have of him? Do you see him? Hold on. Do you see him primarily as a criminal or a genius? Or you can have thought both, but really to those two. Is he first a genius, then a criminal? Or is it just a criminal? How do you see him, Hush Puppy?
Okay, at the end of the day, he misused this his brain, God's given brain by flaunting all those riches unnecessarily. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, if he had set up businesses, in Lagos or Benin or Ibadan or Osogbo or Ofa, my town also, Ofa, it's part of my town. I'm a native also, So, I mean, not just buying Rolls Royce and all this bullshit, and they just flaunted there like that. That was where he killed himself. Just like then for the KANU, it's too late to cry when he said it's already off. Not just the head, but he said it's off. It's already in the captivity of these aliens. He can't escape this. You know what I'm saying? So whatever he says, because we can see now that even the Biafra people, they are trying to reconcile various effort. It's just they are going to be fruitless because that guy has made that mistake, and then he just put me to sadness by going to Kenya, by leaving that. The country could have been divided right now. You see that it was as a result of KANU that gave birth to our man, Igboho Adesina. And then meanwhile, let me tell you guys, let me shock you guys. Many people that have been killed now for the past 3 months are more than people that have been killed by these herdsmen 5 years, because the government have forbidden the press not to report, like Ajani Koko was saying. So Ajani Koko made reference to the Nigeria press. There is no press in Nigeria anyway. So Ajani Koko is very right. So when there is no press, nobody to report. And then
okay. Tony. So if it's not being reported, then where are you getting that data from?
No, we are getting it from the social media. We are getting it from the social media because they are showing pictures also. Like Bini Auchiro, you can't travel it now. From Ibadan to Lagos, you can't travel it. Then from up to Ilesha, like Ababa just came back now. He was telling the condition of the roads. You know what I'm saying? I mean, things are very bad. Things are just too bad. That's why we should change our team, or I don't know, our topic to solution find this solution, not to be talking about these people, these idiots that are be ruling us, that the people are calling leaders. They are not leaders, they are rulers. And from now henceforth, we should be referred to them as rulers. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Tony. So,
God
Tony,
bless all of you.
let me acknowledge Plenty Water Super Chat, and I want to really start to round off. And when I start to round off, I want us to round it off rapidly because just to condense it, I just want to hit my bed just as quickly as possible. But this is what Plenty Water is saying. It says, Fashola deceived Lagosians with flowers and building children parks on Express Road. Throughout his tenure, Obalende to Sand Groves, is that Palm Grove?
No, Sandgrove. We have also Sandgrove. We have Sandgrove also.
I don't know that space.
No, Sandgross.
So throughout his tenure, Obalende to Sandgross had been abandoned road project, mega city with no district sewage system. So there's a lot that is missing within the Lagos.
Actually, mega city. They are building. How can you say he's talking about? He's referring to the. Is he referring to Eco Atlantic?
No.
He's referring to Lagos.
Lagos is a mega city.
No, he's talking about Lagos Island.
Didn't build Lagos now. He didn't construct Lagos on this ground. So why is he responsible for this?
No. That is exactly what I was saying. There's a lot of infrastructure that is missing. Hold on now, Mike. Please now. There's plenty of infrastructure that is missing in Lagos that will never almost be possible again because the state is so built up now and is so haphazard in the way that it has been built. You cannot have a real proper sewage system. You can have it in satellite spaces, but you cannot have a proper interlink anymore. You cannot have proper pipe bomb water anymore because just the logistics of doing all of these things, it's just a real. I don't even think the Nigerian economy will be able to carry it.
Exactly.
These are things that should have been done from the onstart.
36 years of military abandonment.
No, don't talk about military because what one man is saying is very right because like if you go to Lagos Island, it's very, very bad because if you are going from from Balade really into Lagos Island, like you are close to the lagoon, if you see that place, there's nothing you can do again unless you have to demolish the whole houses because there's no way, no road, no nothing, no toilet. People just shit like that. The gutter, my God, people are just cooking like that. I mean, that's why it's from the Adelaja, Adelaja.
Lagos Island is the worst. You have the gutter running through their house, and they will park V-boot. They park V-boot, and they are living in one room.
All the cars are driving one way. They drive one way. They don't care. Everybody just driving like that.
Those are Nigerians' behaviors, man. They drive the wrong way, all those things. But we blame government for everything. But to be honest, I mean, one man is the example of what I said. That people were just so negative, See, I got a point. Fashola is not perfect. Like I said, he could have done better. He could have done some. I mean, no one can ever do a perfect job. You understand? But the thing is, I mean, look at Plenty Water. I didn't even point at anything good. It's just straight negative all the way through.
No.
You have 36, considering over 36 years of
no, Mike. Let me tell you one thing. Somebody like one man
fix everything that's been abandoned for.
No, Mike. If Mike, hold on. If one man is a president, I know what he can do because it's as a Jehovah's Witness, they are very neat people. He would, what he would do? He would do like this. Hold on, please, Mike. Let me finish. Because one man, I'm telling one man what to do. If you be like in China, so you go to all those slum, then demolish or then build it and come and resettle them back again. That's what China did. China had to go to the villages. People were crying, this is my ancestral land. They said, you come back. He built skyscrapers and come and resettle them back. You know what I'm saying? We see
have money like China now.
You see, this kind of money. That's why we are here. Hold on. That's why we are here to interact, to rub our minds. So in case one of us,
I mean, we should.
Yes, that one of us. If one of us is a privilege to be closer to the government in future, please, sir, let us take the censor of this population control there. Take the people out. Tell them you will be resettled again. Build skyscraper for them, and let them come in. And that's all.
for
All
free.
right, thank you, Tony. All right, so let me and thank you, Tony, and thank you, Plenty
Thank you,
Water.
sir.
So
Thank you, sir.
look, God, come on, man, Tony. Now, don't keep doing. Just give me. I've already told you now. Just allow the space for it to, all right, let me just but thank you, Plenty Water. It says Fashola deceived Lagosians with flowers and building children parks on expressways. Throughout his tenure, Obalende to St. Gross had been abandoned road project. Mega city with no district sewage system. So he not especially impressed by the Fashola narrative. So thank you for the super chat, Plenty Water, and thank you for to everyone. So I just want to rapidly run through it now, and then just close the session down so we can reconvene for later on today. Now, effectively, because we've crossed over to the next day. So we start to rapid through, and we go to Tom, who joins us at just a minute to the close. So Thomas, just quickly from you.
Oh yes, so one man. So my schedule changed today, but I just want to come in. I just want to talk about Tinubu. You know, they will package him to us like Yaradua, and they not know what they are doing. They will put another vice president, which is a northerner. When if anything happens to Tinubu, which I don't pray, and the North will go back there. I think maybe that is their plan. But it's very unfortunate. The man is, I said yesterday, physically the man is not really fit. He's not really fit. I saw so many videos like he's about to fall. Some years ago, he nearly fell down in one occasion. So it's just crazy. I'm sorry for coming late. Thank you, everybody. See you one man. Thank you.
All right, thank you, thank you, Thomas. So from Thomas, we go to Tony. Tony, to you.
Sir, yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So like I was saying, we have to. I mean, remember our people back home. You know what I say. No matter what condition we find ourselves here, then we should try to remember. So we should try to talk truth to power all the time. And then let's see, and then let's forget about the election. Let's look for another way out. Let's look for another way, either South Nigeria, or or Dudu we go our way. Thank you, sir. Good night, everybody. And then thumbs up, please, people. Thumbs up, please. Thumbs up. So I'm here now to to speak slowly.
No, thank you, Tony. So, Tony, I delight in your company, and I don't know if it's nervous energy or something, but just you're amongst family, so just calm it down and just steady up, and just go with the flow. But that's Tony. Everybody unique in their own ways, and nobody more unique than Tony. So, Tony, a real delight. So, from Tony, we go to Solly, who I suspect might not be with us anymore. Solly, are you there? Okay, I think Solly had bailed. So thank you, Solly, for he started us off. So from Solly, we go on to Mike. Mike, to you.
To me, I think next election, people. I wish that young people can, figure ways to. They have the highest number. They can. This is what should happen, honestly. Northern youth, progressive, good ones, intelligent, educated, whatever, and Eastern youth, Southern youth, wherever, they are smart, very advanced. They should come together and form a political party. And figure a way to take over. Or that's one option. Or good people, smart people, intelligent people that have vision, that knows what it takes to change society, build society. If they want to change, they have to participate. Either join APC or PDP and figure a way to take over our party in the hands of the criminals that are there. Because criminals will always go to where the money is. They all run there for the money. That's why they are there. They went there. The space was open when democracy came in 1999. They just say, hey, anybody that wants to become politician, come and join. And all the criminals saw the opportunity to make money. They just ran in. The people that had the brain and knew what it takes to govern and make a change. They were afraid that, oh, this military will come back. So they hesitated. They didn't want to join because they were afraid of military coup, things like that. But the criminal, someone like James Ibori, I found out the guy was a cashier in London that was stealing, that was convicted of stealing money and things like that. He was a criminal in London. He heard of this opportunity in Nigeria to join politics. He left London to come to Nigeria to join so he can loot, So that's what happened in Nigerian space. The space was open for people to come in, and the criminals saw opportunity to make money, and they all rushed in there to make the money. So the only way now to change the whole thing around is the non-criminals, the people that actually they are born to change society, should just start participating. They go and join those two parties and take it away from these criminals. I think that's the way forward, to be honest.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Mike. Mike, and like I said to Tony, I don't know if he's nervous energy with you as well, but it's not necessarily a fight, it's a conversation. And I know you try
the
to
thing
be
is this. I'll tell you why someone like
me appear to be clever, but you don't have to want to appear. If you try too hard to be clever, then people will conclude that you are contending with something.
What do you mean?
You see, there it is.
See, let me tell you, the thing is, one thing is the reason why I don't have me to put my point in a solid manner is that you don't allow me. The thing, you never give me that chance to cool down and just break things down to you. So, from the beginning of the show, I noticed. Like sometimes I want to make one solid point, right?
Speaks more than you.
But halfway, the thing is this, what I know is this: when Ajanleko wants to say something, you give him the floor.
Yeah, because he speaks sense.
Because all the way to the end.
Do you speak sense,
sometimes,
Mike? No, answer the question. Do you
no.
Speak
the point is this,
Look at this.
Well,
guy.
It's up to the intelligent people to judge. I don't judge myself. So, but I will tell you one thing: what you did to me in the past, I made me was what I want to make a point. You cut me halfway. Now, the point I'm actually trying to make is now taken out of context because I never landed. So now, what I was actually trying to say, people heard something different because I actually didn't get to the point that I was trying to make. So that's why I am trying to get quick to that point, so that way people get it before you cut me off. So that's what I think.
I don't cut you off. Let me tell you what happens because because I try to be balanced, so I try to make sure that I'm paying attention all of the time.
You do bias there. You allow some people to talk, but some people just cut them off.
Can you hold on? You see, but the point I was about to make is what you just made there. The conversation is all about interjection and pulling people up on a point. But you just force it. Nobody can run through even 2-3 sentences before you are jumping upon them, and then you are pushing hard. And then your language is so rosy that I'm always nervous anytime you're speaking because you say something to somebody that is just not acceptable. So all of these things mixed up. This is how I just try. But then I know that a lot of the listeners they like to hear from you, if only for the controversy. So it's just that balance of that. But sometimes you spill. In fact, not sometimes. Oftentimes you spill over. You just spill over. That's just it. But that is it. So that is my take. So I don't know if you understood that, and I think you do. But that's Mike for you. We cannot change him, so we just have to manage him. So Mike, ladies and gentlemen, as ever, no order. So thank you, Mike. Let me acknowledge super chats. Let me acknowledge rather Plenty Water super chat, and then I'll go next to Ola. So Plenty Water says Lagos Island has two sides. There is a ghetto part, and there is another part that Tinubu is fighting with, trying to use Atlantic City to depreciate the value of that other part of Lagos Island. Then I don't know what that last bit is. Maybe that was meant to be Lekki. So I don't quite understand what that means, but I think we've lost Ajale Koko as well, actually. So let me reread that because you need double readings of Plenty. You see, maybe it's just too clever for all of us. Lagos Island has two parts. There's a ghetto part, and there's another part that Tinubu is fighting with, trying to use Atlantic City to depreciate the value of that other part of Lagos Island. But to what end is the question. But thank you for the super chat, Plenty Water. So Plenty Water rejoins us as ever, speaking with the super charts. So that is plenty water. We've lost Ajan Lekoko, so now the honor goes to Ola to fill in the shoes of the mighty man. The final word from Ola.
Thank you, everyone. I don't know why I got Quran. At least thanks for your audience. Please, if you are here to thumb up, please do. At least one thing we can never deny is this platform offers us something very different from what you can get somewhere. And it gives you that type of voice that you can pass across to persuade people to do the right thing. So before I go, I was unable to interject at a particular point, and I just want us to correct the wrong perception that criminalities can be rewarded by some Western power. This thing, anytime I hear about it, I find it funny to me personally, because it is not true. Yeah, while it is true that these people, they obtain information from art criminals while they are at the correctional centers, and they use that one to rebuild the system, to plug the loopholes and all those stuff. If someone commits crime today, the person is doomed. As it stands now, the statistic is even huge that some people are fighting back that.
Sorry, Ola, you work in IT, don't you? You said, I think, previously.
Yes, I work in IT, yeah.
Okay, what usually happens when a mastermind hacker has been caught? Do they throw him in prison, or they put him in an office to use his skills?
You see, there's a difference between an hacker and those people that collude. That's where people
is hacking a crime?
No, hacking is a crime. That's
yes,
ethical hackers. Wait, there are two.
No, it's not. I'm not talking about ethical hackers or not. Just hacking. Let's remove ethical hackers. Let's for-profit hacker, but that is so good at the codings or whatever, that is able to break into Fort Knox or the Bank of America and just mess with their money, or break into CNN and put Mickey Mouse on their screen. Are they going to put that person in prison or give him a job?
More often than not, woman, there are internal collusion. More often than not.
What are you talking about? That wasn't the question. Why
now, if a hacker is caught, is going to be jailed. If you have an example of someone waiting up. See, woman, this is this. You put someone here, you hire an ethical hacker. That's why you say I should not put that in. You ask the person, okay, look at our system.
No. Sorry, don't go into that, because that wasn't the. I'm talking about a criminal hacker, but it's one of the best brains in that space. What are they going to do with him when they catch him?
They will jail him if he commits crime.
Okay, that is not what. That is not. You are the only one that is saying that. But all of us that have followed that space, we know that when they catch a hacker that is highly skilled, they would maybe just do some cosmetic punitive thing, but more importantly, they will want then to use that as brain to their advantage, which is usually giving him some form of work. So that is what we understand. So I don't know where you feel that they would jail him.
That's why
we're not talking about ethical hackers, so don't say ethical hackers.
If you have an example, please give me so that
I can't give you an example. I can't give you. No, I can't give you an example off the top of my head in something that's just come up in the stream of conversation. But the backdrop to that space, which everybody is aware of, is that as skilled hackers, they usually just rebrand them into some office. Because why would somebody be skilled enough to hack into the American banking system, to hack into the CNN, and you go and put him in prison? There's no correlation between the two. That's just a total nonsense. They will put him in an office and use that brain to advance.
One man beyond today. Please, if you see an example.
No, I'm not going to bother, because I think it's in common parlance. Yeah, I'm not saying anything.
I'm saying that
you may not be aware. It's not a misconception now. So.
See, okay. Look. I want someone to challenge me on this. I'm putting my statement. Hold me to my statement. I put it online. if you get an evidence, please
No,
show me. I
no,
will
it's not what they're for. But
see,
it's just
see,
okay.
see,
But
see,
let
see,
me let you
see,
carry on with your.
see what
Yeah.
organization do is this. They engage consultants and they look for ethical hackers, and they will ask them to hack into the system. When that ethical hackers hack into the system,
Sorry, Ola, just abandon that because that wasn't where we were going. We were talking about a criminal, not a.
Yes,
But
because
just make your closing remarks, and
okay, exactly.
I don't
What I
know.
was saying is this: don't let anybody go and have the mind that if they commit crime, that they will be rewarded. No. As it stands today, the last statistics say there are 65 million Americans that they've made life unbearable for, because once the name entered that crime record, the crime book, it becomes difficult for them to get a very good job. And among these people we are talking about, there are thousands of hackers among them. These are facts that you can get on the website of the Justice Administration that is very plain and blank. You can see. So anybody that is listening, please don't engage in any unethical thing, because if it backfires, nobody is going to reward you. That's all I want to say along that line. Then going, like I keep saying, that as you speak here, please spread this news. Try to educate Nigeria more about the political environment in that country. We need to take the destiny of that country into our own hands. We don't need to leave our destiny to the hands of groups that they like to just play chess or ludo with our future. So when you think of 2023, please think well. Whatever you can do to let people see the reason to vote for the right candidate, so that our life will not get worse post 2023. Please do that. That's all I want to say. Please encourage this forum, thumb up, so that we can get a better outreach and bring better people than even those of us that we are online presently. Thank you, everyone. Good day wherever you are. See you later.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So that's Ola rounding off in the absence of Adale Koko. So I'll leave it there. I'll carry the conversation on within the comment section over here. I say peace.